Hello friends, welcome, how's it going? Welcome on in at the very beginning of today's stream. It's good to be here with all of you, and it's lovely to be back on another week of streaming. Somehow we've returned with one day off. I hope your one day off away from me was productive and interesting and fun and all the rest. For me, it was some grading. For me, it was going on an adventure with Noms. More on that in a little bit. And yeah, altogether feeling pretty refreshed and relaxed and having trouble with a button right now. There we go. Don't want to rip the button, but we're in good shape now. Some quick hellos, and then back to the game. That's not true, sorry, back to the blah, blah, blah. No games yet, but maybe soon. Hello, Rog, how's it going? History teacher Steve, welcome in. And thank you for the YouTube reminder. Started right on time today. Unnamed Comet, how's it going? George, good to see you. George, this weekend I listened to multiple recordings of Beethoven. Thank you for reminding me of a piece that has inspired me throughout the years. And George, it's good to see you sincerely. Hello, Leto. Hello, Grobzilla. How's it going? Good seeing you, Jim. Hello, Jim. Hello, dogs. Hello, Sakutera. Hello today, Neck. Good seeing you. Hello, Darby Cat. Thank you for the resubscription for, my goodness, 11 months. Almost 1 full year. Love that. Appreciate that for sure. Hello, today, Abernathy. Hello, Fernanthus. I got an email a couple days ago talking about how I can build my stream community most fully. And the number one thing it said on top, number one thing is encourage your regular chatters to continue chatting. And then I found myself asking the question, who are my regular chatters? And I pulled it up. I pulled up the list and discovered the number one chatter in the past year was you, Fernanthus. So Fernanthus, I need you to keep chatting. All of you, in fact, I need that, please. But for the moment, Fernanthus, you are winning. It's not a competition, but thank you for being here, one and all. HPG, it's good seeing you, my friend. Korea, welcome in. Hello to you, Fighting Alirai. Welcome. Hello to you today, Shadow Avatar, and everybody else. Slivers, good seeing you, Slivers. Thank you for being with us, and seriously, folks, anyone who chats here, apparently it helps the community. Twitch is always sending out these little emails encouraging us to encourage us on how to grow our streams. Of course, for them, more growth, more good. Whichever way, it's good to be here with you. And yeah, absolutely. Hope you had a good time. Curious how the weekend went for you. Anything fun get done? Anything frustrating get done? What kind of thing are you most, I don't want to say proud of, most aware of? When you look back over the past day or so, what comes to mind? What happened? Tell some stories if you would. I've got some stories to share, some pictures to share, and yeah, it's good to be with you as we continue our Crusader Kings III adventure. I've been thinking a lot about this one, and one in particular I thought about is we've chosen a fairly large goal to take a character, an average adventurer that we made, and turn them into an emperor of the Byzantine Empire as fast as possible. That's not quite true. However, because we started in the late period, we started in the last possible start date, we have much less time to accomplish this goal than I would like. We could have started, quite early and had hundreds and hundreds of years to get it done. Instead, we have merely 300 years, and we've already burned through 20 of them. So we gotta start working on getting ourselves in the direction of the goal of this playthrough, or else I have an awful, last 10 years of the playthrough where I panic and try to get everything done very quickly. And we'll see how it goes. Jim says your daughter's field hockey team won their conference championship for the first time ever. Congratulations to Jim's daughter. Congratulations to you, Jim. Obviously, their victory is entirely based on your thoughtful parenting style. You should be there on the stage. You should be lifting that trophy high over your head. Congrats, though, Jim and Jim's daughter. That's really awesome. And you must feel excited and proud and all the rest. Very, very cool. HPG says, didn't get much done this weekend. Got stuff to make dinner tonight. I mean, that's fantastic. I think for my wife and for me, Is that right? Yeah, for my wife and for me, Sunday night dinner making has been so good. Instead of worrying about what's coming ahead in the work week ahead, we're able to pause or at least slow down and focus on something much more accomplishable. Namely, can we follow a recipe? Because the rest of the week, who knows? But when it comes to following a recipe, we can definitely do that. Except for the part where I occasionally misread tablespoon as teaspoon or vice versa, and boy howdy, you're getting bonus spices. We had a guacamole we made about a week and a half ago, and we were very excited to get some cheap avocados from the old store, and most certainly someone put in a little extra cumin, a little extra garlic. I like strong spices. My wife does not, which is to say I got extra guacamole. Though I did feel pretty bad about it. Not exactly the best of experiences for her, and I promised I'd make new guacamole with the correct spices pretty soon. Hopefully. Grubzilla says on Sunday night I should pull up NHK and watch the new Boss show. Yeah, I've been really bad at watching sumo since I got here. I don't know, I found sumo so delightful until I moved to Japan, and I don't know why. I still enjoy it, I just don't make time for it in the way I made time for Wrexham football. Wrexham football Saturday night, early match. So instead of staying up till midnight, I was able to watch the match at 9:30 and get to bed at a reasonable hour, and that felt so lovely. To not be up until 2 a.m. Wrexham scored the first goal after 6 minutes. A very exciting shot from our right wingback. And then there was no more scoring. So 6 minutes in, good to go, and then another 90 minutes of really interesting football, in which the opposition almost certainly should have won, but still 3 more points for Wrexham. Possibly undeserved, but, I'll take the win every single day for sure. Sumo is your Wrexham. The first division starts at 2 a.m. Eastern. Wow. I can't even imagine starting at 2 a.m. See, occasionally there are matches that start at 3 and 3:30 for me, and I've decided not to watch those live. As much as I love to do so, that's the kind of getting up in the middle of the night that is very difficult for me to recover from. I just feel draggy and not so good. I saw we got a sleepover, a noisy sleepover. I hope that the kids enjoyed it at least. I can't imagine what it is to be responsible for a sleepover. I've heard before that it's very worrisome, both when the kids get too loud and when the kids get too quiet. There's some in-between amount of noise, of humming, of blather that's absolutely right, but the in-between is problematic. So hope it was fun, hopefully nothing broken, and yeah, hopefully the kids had a good time. That's most important, of course. Exist says, I'm almost done typesetting a Hammurabi adultery law for class. I love that. I love that you're doing that kind of work to make the reading as authentic as possible for the students. I'm a little surprised there's not a published version of the same. If there's actually not a published version, clearly you should publish one, because I think all of us want to buy a copy of the Hammurabian laws to order our lives and to Anyway, awesome teaching, very good. This reminds me in some measure of when I simplify philosophical texts for non-majors. When I'm teaching intro-level classes, occasionally I'll take relatively complicated, especially Greek philosophy and Middle Age philosophy, and put it into ordinary language for them to hopefully be able to get through. And I'll give them both of them and say, okay, if you can't figure out what's going on in the translation, then look at the, recasting of the text from me. And many of the students are so grateful to receive that simplified version. I don't know. I'm sure I missed some messages. I apologize. Agilius says, a reminder about tablespoon and teaspoons. There's a B in tablespoon because a bumblebee won't fit in a teaspoon. That is delightful. I have never, ever heard that before. There's a B in tablespoon because a bumblebee won't fit in a teaspoon. I'll try to remember that. I don't think it's exactly that I don't know the distinction between the two. It's more I just misread in the moment. And I think it's often the teaspoon to tablespoon direction. I see that T and the P and I'm like, I know this one, lots of cumin. but I should probably be careful on that one. Who knows? Is Alexander the Great a philosopher? It depends what you mean by philosopher. If you mean someone trying to figure out what we're doing in this world in a thoughtful and deliberate way, sure, Alexander the Great gets to count too. I really am not super interested in playing the Who's a Philosopher game, though, on the whole, because one of my colleagues gave a talk at a job interview. It's one of these interviews where you sit with the committee and then you give a teaching demonstration and then you also give a public talk. And he gave us public talk that was about to be published. It was very well regarded, very thoughtful. Like I said, about to be published, so really good work from him. And he finished his presentation, and a very old professor had the first question. And his first question was, in what way are you doing philosophy? And as someone who is interviewing for a position in a philosophy department, not a great place to start. Now, he was an old fuddy-duddy, certainly. He was an old fuddy-duddy. But for me, I have a radically inclusive conception of philosophy, just because I'm not interested in trying to find like the perfect line that includes everybody I want to and throws out everybody who I don't want in. So I go in the direction of sure, if the person is being thoughtful about the world in some way other than immediately acting on the integrated culture, their initial socialization, sure, why not? But who knows? Probably too big tent on this one, but better big tent than small tent, I suppose. Part of this, of course, is some people I really care about, people like Jane Addams, the great theorist of immigrant inclusion, the thinker of justice for poor folks in Chicago. Is a sociologist in some ways, but she's also clearly thinking about things in a reflective way that moves towards a general theory of... Anyway, this is a different topic I meant to talk about. Hello, friends. Let's get to things that we care about, not things that I'm blathering on about. Right. I have a series of topics brought to you via photos. A couple more topics of this and that, and then we can go ahead and play today's video game for sure. I was gonna take on Guattari and Deleuze's What is Philosophy. I actually don't know that piece. I'll put it on the list of things to read at some point here. Give me a moment. What is philosophy? Cool. I'll check it out. One of the big concerns for me with the What is Philosophy game is if we say it's an abstract conception of ideal categories, or something that goes beyond like the conduct of human life, then Socrates ends up being not a philosopher. Whoops. I want to keep Socrates in. Anyway, picture time. First of all, hello Fritz, I hope you're doing well. I do not have a new Fritz photo for you today, unfortunately. We'll have to continue looking at Big Boy, looking at us looking at him, a circle of looking. If you want to theorize about this, in the upper right hand corner is a mirror. You could think about the mirroring relationship between us, and that will be just fine. All right, there are two stories. Story number one, I put forward on the Discord as being a profound nostalgia experience over the weekend. So as part of my wife and my big trip out on Sunday, we went to a thrift store. They don't call it a thrift store here, but that's the kind of thing we'd call it in the US. A store with a variety of relatively inexpensive clothing and older technologies and glasses and all the things you might need to outfit your home for not too much money. And in the corner, I saw a device that I'd forgotten about. And this device, when I saw it, brought me back forcefully to the memory of basically every Friday night for a decent part of my childhood. Now, I don't know if this will be known to all of you, but at least some of you. Are you ready? It's time to go back. Do you remember the, amber-topped popcorn popper? I completely forgot about these. after or before the era of microwave popcorn, before the time when you take a little paper bag and throw it into the electricity machine, you had one of these. Yours is not amber topped. See, for me, it was amber topped, and I don't know why. Honestly, does anyone know why it's colored this way, as opposed to just being totally ordinary clear plastic? Because I just do not know. And if you've not seen these, let me tell you how this works. The piece on top, that yellow thing, comes off. You are then left with a cylinder, an empty cylinder. That cylinder is going to get real hot and full of blowing air to circulate and move the things you're putting in. What you're putting in are, I guess, dried corn kernels. Are kernels seeds? I assume they are. You put them in there, you plug it into the wall, and it goes woo. It makes this like whooshing sound as the fans begin working and the kernels begin dancing, and the heat becomes coming in, and then gradually you hear the pop, 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 and it comes out of that front area there. It comes out of that front chute into a lovely bowl you've put in place, and occasionally the pop kernels bounce out, and that's very annoying. Occasionally also some unpopped kernels come on out. Also annoying. Now, the other amazing thing here is at the very top of the amber piece, you see a little, the handle, I suppose. If you grab that handle and pick up, that's actually a small bowl. And that small bowl takes advantage of the heat that is coming from below to melt butter. To melt butter. You put some butter in there, and in my case, you just cover it in salt. So much salt. Like it is as if it is snowed in Butterville, and the heat from below melts the butter. And so when you're done popping all the popcorn, you can then slather it in a dense flood of liquid butter. And boy howdy, as I describe that is so unbelievably unhealthy. But I can feel my arteries. But yeah, this really was for me basically every Friday for a while. And I wonder if my mother's home still has the machine we used. But like I said, I have not seen this in, I don't know, like maybe like 30 years, which is just something for me, just something. So there you go, an experience of going into a store and being blown away, by an item I just forgotten about entirely. I should have bought it. No. So last night we watched a movie, and Noms really likes watching movies with popcorn. That is to say, having popcorn and watch the movie, not a movie about popcorn. And so occasionally she'll buy like the pre-popped popcorn in a little bag. It's in the chip aisle. But last night she went ahead and got one of those, are they called Jiffy Pops? I think they're called Jiffy Pops. Let me go and pull it up to see. Which is like campfire style. Where's the thing? Where's my thing? Show me my thing. There it is. Oh, if you missed the Saturday stream, we discovered that there are companies that sell real human bones. And this is very upsetting. And that was a topic on Saturday. That was something. Is it Jiffy Pop? Yes. And so you have this little metal pan, I guess, and you hold it over top of the flame on your, I wonder if it works on those kinds of, what are they called? It's not convection. It starts with an I and sounds like convection. It's all the rage, or at least it was five years ago in kitchen design. What's that called? Is it invection? No. Anyway, induction. Does it work on induction heating? I don't know how these things work. Anyway, if you hold it in fire, it also goes pop, 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 pop. And as you see there, the butter is already put inside. And when you are done with the pop, 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 popping, You can then take a knife, or perhaps your finger if you're feeling particularly immune to flame, and jam your finger into it. Jam your finger into it, and then it's full of tasty, tasty popcorn. And Noms loves this so much. I think she enjoys the finished popcorn as much as she enjoys the process of creating the popcorn. And so I go and set up the movie film, and then she goes ahead and does the cooking, and it's very, very tasty. I'm curious though, does Jiffy Pop work with an induction such and so? Hello AI. Aluminum pans are non-ferromagnetic, so they won't work on their own. You can cheat though by putting the Jiffy Pop pan into another pan. It's pans all the way down. Why would you put a hat on top of a hat? I just don't get it. Take care of yourself, Jewel. It's good seeing you. It sounds tough, but I'm glad we can give you a few moments of friendship and fun here. But all my love for sure. Hope it's okay, I guess. Speaking of hats on hats, you might recall in Team Fortress 2, there's the magnificent pile of hats. Is this correct? Towering pillar of hats. I forgot most of the words, but look at that thing. Man, when I was but a boy, I wanted this hat so much. Many of you know Team Fortress 2 is a game of hats, and they released this thing. And I believe I ended up trading away a relatively valuable item in order to get one of these. And for years thereafter, I guess months thereafter, I would have my characters wear this regularly. After 2,000 hours, you still want that hat with all of your soul. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. It doesn't say tradable, does it? It doesn't say tradable, unfortunately. Can you no longer trade items, or are they all assumed to be tradable? Okay, this says tradable here. That's where it says tradable. Do you say tradable? You do say tradable. Carcinogen, are you on my friends list on Steam? I would like to give this to you right now. I have not played TF2 in years. I have not played this one in a very, very, very long time. And so it's just been sitting here as like a delightful memory. So would you mind adding me on the old TF2 right now? Sorry, on the old Steam right now. My username is Resorty. There may be some kind of pretenders here. But yes, I'd like to give you this right now, as well as these boxes. Do you want the boxes? I don't know, all this stuff. Friends, the first ad break is coming right now. You're gonna miss a live bit of money laundering, I'm sure. But yes, I'll sit here and wait until you are requesting friendship. All these friends already. That's very good, very good. It is tradable, the button to sell. Okay, what I'm worried about is it's possible to sell, but not to trade. 2 moments, all right, very good. I'll put this away, I'll continue my blather, and then we'll do the trade after that. All right, very good, very good. Back on the topic of popcorn poppers once more. What phrase or word, if any, do you use for the unpopped kernels? Because Noms and I have different ways of talking about these, and I don't like hers at all. Like, not even a little bit. So, do you have a word or phrase you use? Because what I use is unpopped kernel. Yeah, what I use is the kernel has popped out, it's unpopped. Okay, Old Gru, you were taught the same phrase that Noms was. The phrase she was taught is the unpopped kernels are old maids. referring, I presume, to women who have gotten beyond the age of marrying and now live with their cats or so. And she says this. She's like, any old maids in there? And I had never heard this phrase until she said it a couple weeks ago, and I was very, very confused. Oh, I have a hello over on Steam. Let's see if this is indeed the correct person. No scamerinos, please. Friend request. Is this you? If you say in chat, oh, you sent it. Okay, very good, very good, very good. We're now friends. We're now going to be friends in chat. We're logging in. Hey, Old Gru. Old Gru. Glad you got the gift sub from Darby Cat. Darby Cat, thank you for your generosity. Old Gru, all I was saying is that's the phrase that Nom uses also. All right, your name was... I just saw it. Oh, memories. There it is. Caffeinated Dinosaur. All right, may we engage in trading behavior? I have not made a trade in many a decade. Trading. Send a trade offer. We've been friends for 1 day. That's a little bit forward. Okay. Give me Team Fortress 2. There it is. Give this thing. And this thing. And I'm going to keep my my heavy equipment. May I give you this? Sure. Oh no, Pyro Vision's really fun. You put on these goggles on your Pyro character, and the Pyromaniac goes from like seeing themselves burning things to instead seeing a world of unicorns and fun. All the things I'm not using anymore, I'll pass on over. But I want to keep the Pyro thing. Very good, very good. Confirm the trade. Warning, you've not selected item for them to give. Oh, that's fine. It's a gift. You get nothing. Boom. Boom. Additional confirmation needed. All right, need the verification machine. We got this. We got this. Steam. Confirmations. Uh-oh. ¿Dónde está confirmations? There it is. Okay. There you go. There you go. Is it done? Is it finished? Looks good. All right. Very good. Mission accomplished. If anyone else wants things out of my Steam inventory, I'm happy to pass them along. There you go. There you go. Need to turn off the chat, though. Can't have people saying hello during stream. Very awkward. I'm here for you, not for them. Okay, topic number 1 has been defeated. Topic number 1 of, yes, nostalgia is done. So time for topic number 2. Oh, of course, carcinogen. Yeah, no problem. The things I'm not using, I very much want to ensure that someone uses them. If you want any like philosophy books, I have a pile here I've not read in a couple months. So if anybody wants them, I'll send them from Japan. Actually, factually, for the upcoming charity event, I am considering having a couple I'll send you from Japan X's. Like maybe a box of candy, maybe like an item of your choice. If you say you're into the Pokemans, I'll go find you a special Pikachu Japan-only item, or I think it'll be a fun thing. So I think that's going to be some of the incentives for the charity stream coming up pretty soon. Shipping might be terrible. Yes, I'm thinking of smaller things. I'm thinking of things that can be put into a flat rate box. I believe there's a flat rate international box we have here, because yeah, the what's it called? The flat rate, non-flat rate. Sorry, if you have an odd-sized box from the U.S. to Japan or vice versa, it's often over $100, even for relatively light things. And that I gotta say is frankly annoying. Frankly, not okay. I'm trying to remember how to extract zip files while chatting with you all. There's the extract button. Very good. I miss the good old days of just being able to use 7-zip or WinZip or what it's called. You want a signed resorty headshot? So I'm going to be honest with you, and this is an embarrassing moment, of course. When you said headshot, I didn't think of, like, it's me resorty. I instead thought of we're playing CSGO. I had a moment of, wait, Jim, I thought we were friends. Anyway, friends, topic number 2. How do I start this one? My wife loves bags so much. And by bags, I do not mean purses per se. I instead mean basically anything that she can carry things in. So some of them are like, the NPR totes. Some of them are backpacks. Some of them are everything in between, messenger bags and so on. And she frankly has too many. I think she'd agree with this. Probably like if we include the totes, she probably has 70 or 80. But when it comes to just like backpacks or larger bags, probably 20 or 30 of them. And one of her favorite things to do is to rotate bags. The moment when she decides, I no longer want to carry this one, but instead this one, she takes everything out of her old bag and puts it into the new, or lays it out on the kitchen table and then puts things away gradually. You're a happier man when you didn't know the name Louis Vuitton. No, none of these are like elite quality bags. None of these are fashion bags. They're instead just things that she thinks are delightful. Now, she's been spending the past, 2 or so months, no, actually longer than that, probably 6 or so months, trying to decide what bag she would like next. And she settled on a brand probably 3 months ago and has been to the store for this particular brand to look at different backpacks probably 4 times in the past few months. And the first time I went with her, and that was a big mistake because though I appreciate her enthusiasm for wanting to buy new bags, though I appreciate her enthusiasm for anything, I love my wife. After a while, it veers into special interest territory, and she describes like the feel of the zipper and what side of her body she'll carry it on, and I just have trouble at that point continuing to be engaged. And so usually I don't go to these kinds of stores with her, and that's fine, etc., etc. But this weekend I did, and it took her about an hour and a half to finally choose the bag that she wanted. And friends, I don't know what I'm looking for in this conversation. It's going to pivot into, isn't this an interesting company? Because I have personal aesthetic feelings about the bag she bought. And I'm not sure I want to have that conversation. So the brand name is Cotopaxi. And I want to know, are these fashionable and cool where you are? Or is this a Tokyo thing? I give you a Cotopaxi bag. Cat. So it has colors. That's fun. If we continue along, we can see the other side of the bag. It has other colors. Isn't that fun? And then we look inside, and it's a clamshell. She's so excited about the clamshell. And so inside you can see her papers and her pens and all the rest. Her laptop's in there. Now, if I'm being honest, and friends, I'm always honest with you, I think the colors make me think of like a children's backpack, honestly. It's the kind of thing I could imagine a kid wearing to kindergarten. Now, Noms is totally cool with that, right? She's not a serious person outside of the workplace, and her bag is not sitting out when she's at the workplace. She has fun with it. That's great. I myself like plain colors, most especially black, but Nom's a little bit more playful. Anyway, I want to talk about the company in general. I want to move away from Nom's bag, hello again, Fritz, and instead discuss this company in general, because it's a fascinating company. You see a number of adult backpacks that colored that. You get what I see? Yeah, I get that. Old Gru, not your knowledge in Vegas. Okay. Give you Tokyo vibes? It indeed is. Hello to you, Van. Good seeing you. All right, so no one has said they've seen that particular company before. Let's discuss it. Cotopaxi, I believe it's Cotopaxi, I apologize. And that's the Japanese page. I would prefer not to do Japanese right now. That's fine. Okay, so this company is actually what's called a B Corp. A B Corp. Apparently, the aim of B corporations is not profit for profit's sake. Along with doing profit, they're not a non-for-profit. Along with doing the profit thing, they also attempt to have some larger social mission, as well as having some portion of their income go to benefit the social mission they're working on. So with that, I love B Corps. I think a lot of ordinary for-profit corporations will say things like, oh, we care about social issue X, but then not actually do anything more than like ask people to register to make a donation. These companies, the B Corp, are by contract, by rule, I don't know how to talk about this, by rule, required to put their money where their mouth is, right? Required to actually take a portion of their time, their money, and so on, and really directly benefit, and then show at the end of the year the benefit they actually done. I think it's so cool. So cool. Anyway, that's why I think gifts are good over here. A delightful bit of wordplay, right, for good in the sense of moral good, as well as they're not going to break. Oh, I love it. Anyway, so they have a wide variety of, I guess, outdoor wear, but the most popular items are things like this. Del Dia Multicolor. And so the shtick of this company, required by the Japanese government, no, old Gru, this is an American company. B Corps are I don't know if it's like a tax category or what exactly, but there are a variety of them throughout the US. Some years ago, I wrote a little article on them, but they're absolutely fascinating. Non-profit network transforming the global economy to benefit all people, communities, and the planet. We won't stop until all business is a force for good. Yeah, super interesting. Encourage you to look into it. Anyway, their shtick initially was they take the leftover pieces from other outdoor companies and they use the leftover pieces to craft each piece of their bags. And so apparently every single bag they make has a different coloration because the people who are making them are encouraged to take different kinds of colors that they think look good together from the scrap heap in some sense. And so it's the kind of fabric that's used for making tents or backpacks or whatever else. And I like that. I mean, I think any place where you're taking waste and turning it into a productive product is great, right? It lowers waste entirely, but it also lets people find just the perfect bag for themselves instead of just buying a kind of one size fits all. And so if you want to, you can spend hours and hours looking through. There may be a way to also special order them. I'm not sure about that. But you can look through and say, oh, okay, I really like this purple front, but I don't like the purple arm there. Here, with purple front, but an orange arm. I think that's pretty cool. Now, is there a place I can see like their mission? Here we go. So apparently the fellow who started this company went on a trip to the Philippines and saw profound poverty there and said, okay, what can I do? And so he found this like interesting overlap between the unused fabric and the people who were not just like living a different kind of life, but instead were struggling with the basics. And so he started the factory in the Philippines, not just for overseas labor, but instead because he saw that he could do good by building this kind of work here. Now, I realize that probably anyone who globalizes will say, we're making this place better. But some portion of their income is used for social programs in this community. It's an attempt to make a community-based industry instead of just going for the cheapest labor. And I find that kind of interesting. Now, in the past, I don't know, 2 years, I believe, they've shifted away from only doing that kind of work because people want the same styles in plain colors. And so now they also, can't see, okay. They also make some that are just one color all the way through. Thank you, Jim, delightful. Just one color all the way through for the people who don't want the somewhat kindergarten-esque variety. So, I don't know, it's an interesting company. Like I said, a B Corp, so I want to support that kind of thing. And Noms just loves their designs. In particular, the reason she wanted the one she ended up getting is because of that clamshell design, as opposed to just opening from the top and taking things out from the top. You can totally fold it open like a piece of traveler's luggage, I suppose. And I think it's 16 liters or so, maybe. Echo, you're being a cynic and says, how sure are we the company claims actually true? As I understand it, by being a legally registered B corporation, they are either audited or they have to submit some kind of documentation yearly. Now, we could say, oh, is it possible they're in collusion with the government? Maybe. It's hard to avoid absolute cynicism, but with that said, I think among the companies who claim to be doing these things, this one is probably most likely doing so. Now, I'm not saying this stream is sponsored by Cotopaxi. I'm not saying go buy one of these right now. I'm just saying Noms bought one, and while she was shopping, I spent some time reading their posters on the wall, which may be propaganda, but no, it seems like a really fascinating company that, as I mentioned, tries to do something other than the ordinary corporate let's just make profit thing. So there you go. I think it's pretty cool. And definitely a different style. As Ella still said a moment ago, this is very, very Tokyo. One normal line said here is, Monday through Friday, most workers in Japan dress up in black pants, a white shirt, and a black jacket, dark tie. But then on the weekends, the colors come out. And some people, just wear like a, purple sweater, but other people wear such a wide variety of colors that for me feel overwhelming, but such a strong reaction to the ordinary blandness or mundanity of fashion throughout the work week. And yeah, I do wonder if Japan will loosen up on fashion in the rest of the work week, or if instead it will be that hard break all the way through. Who knows? It does remind me, though, during the summers here, Japan, what do we say? The Japanese are a slight people, and so when it comes to temperature swings, they don't enjoy them hardly at all, and they get shivery very fast, and so one issue in the winter for me is every single office and store is so unbelievably hot. In order to be welcoming to non-Japanese, in the summer, there's often the opposite, and they turn the AC all the way up. The Prime Minister, the old Prime Minister, Kishida, has been constantly worried about spending way too much energy on air conditioning. And so he's put forward the idea of what he calls, is it Cool Office? Is that what it's called? Cool Japan. Cool Japan, they call it. Is that it? No, Cool Japan is the let's have more tourism. What's it called? I'm not going to remember the Japanese phrase, so I have to go throughout. Japan Summer Dress Down Office. What's it called? Oh, this story's not going to work out if I can't find the exact Japanese phrase. I believe it's what's called waseego, which is a Japanese word, or it's an English word that has just been Japanified in a way I'm not going to find. Let me try one more time with like Prime Minister summer office clothing. Yes. This image is what I'm looking for. There it is. No, that's not what it is. So this is the Prime Minister. The fellow in the middle is the Prime Minister until about a month or two, Kishida. So in the summer, normally the prime minister would still wear the suit, the shirt, the tie. Instead, he's been encouraging people to dress down during the work week in the summer in order to then save money on air conditioning in the offices. And this does not mention the name of the program, but it does mention these are Karyushi shirts. These shirts come from Okinawa. And you might say, oh, these are very Hawaiian if you're American. But no, it's Okinawa, which is a similar place to Hawaii in some ways. And I find it fascinating, absolutely fascinating. I bet if I reversed image searched this picture, I'd find what I'm looking for. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it. As someone's always hot, you hate the plan. I think the thought is if you wear fewer clothes, like not the heavy suits, you'll feel a little better. Now, like I said, the Japanese people on the whole are pretty slight. It's because that worked better for them. Cool biz. Thank you. It's not cool Japan. It's cool biz. Absolutely. This is what they're pushing for. Is having energy saving casual wear. There you go, team. Thank you. Good job, Jerry Moore. Yes, and so offices would normally be just full of people in suits are instead encouraged to dress this way, which I understand to many Americans in the tech industry looks like totally normal every day. But Japan is such a conservative place that they will often just wear the worst clothing, the most uncomfortable clothing, because that is what's done. Yes, so here we can see what is cool biz. Please keep the air conditioner at 28°C. Please wear different kinds of clothing. Also, they encourage the modification of the workday to move the workday out of the sunniest portion. Think about having plants in your office. Think about having your windows closed and so on. And then also come up with your own ideas for energy saving, I believe. And I think that's just absolutely delightful. Absolutely delightful. 28°C, you die? Yeah. I mean, I'm someone who, like, if I'm being honest, if I had my druthers, I would keep my home at 22°C, so 70 degrees or so. They're asking instead for 28°C, which is 82 degrees. I mean, it's still cooler than this summer in the Midwest. Definitely growing up, we did not have an air conditioner. And so we get to 100 degrees in the Midwest. We just kept our windows open, had oscillating fans, and occasionally took cool rags and rubbed them ourselves. But yeah, 82 degrees, 28°C is the Prime Minister's request to try to save power. Now, do people actually do this? Some businesses do. I don't think there's a tax incentive. I'm not sure. 82 results in a decrease in productivity. Japan is not all for efficiency. There's a lot of other things there beyond just efficiency. But 2 back-to-back subscriptions. Marks the Cylon. Thank you for the resubscription for 56 months with that Prime sub. And then Oda Toda. Thank you very much for your generous 31-month subscribing. Do I work sweaters into my rotation? Do you mean, do I wear like sweaters on stream? The answer to that is I'm not ever. I'm not really a sweater guy for 2 reasons. Number one, I am, as I mentioned, a little bit of a hot runner. I like things cooler. And so though my jackets do make it a little bit warmer for me, I think a sweater would be even more so. Number two, I've never owned a sweater that does not make me feel like a sausage. So, because of my particular body shape, we'll call it, all sweaters feel sausagey. And so I'm not a sweater wearer ever. Now, I could possibly buy like a size 7X or something and have it be like big and flowy, but no. Back in my youth, I was delighted to wear to wear vests. I loved wearing vests very much. This is possibly why I got beaten up regularly. Who knows? But it was something that was in my rotation until I became the mass of mashed potatoes I am today. So it's something like that. That's sad. You're one of a sweater guy? Nah, not really. I mean, I do have a green hoodie. I do have a green hoodie that I wear off stream once it gets pretty cold. I do also have a blue cardigan. And so I believe in the winter on casual stream days, you will see the cardigan. But no, I'm not a sweater guy. That said, if we eventually get in shape, maybe I'll become a sweater guy, we'll see. All right, friends, that's the stories I got today. I'd like to go ahead and do the redactyl with you all today. I'd like to do the word of the day, and then we'll get to our CK3 playthrough, I do believe. A fun intro as always. It's very good. A green hoodie, you thought I was a Wrexham fan. Johnny come lately. Wait, I'm sorry, what? I mean, I'll still wear the Wrexham shirt. I had a friend, what did he even say? I had a friend when I was in high school, and he would always say, if I'm not wearing at least 2 layers, I feel naked. I'm someone like that also, and I don't quite know why. And so even if I'm wearing a green hoodie, I will still have something on underneath it, of course. And so you'll see the Wrexham shirt still. You'll see the Wrexham shirt, for sure. But this is too much body discussion. No more body discussions, friends. It is time for. Let's do the word of the day, and let's do the redactyl. Friends, the word of the day today is truncate. Happy truncate, everybody. To truncate something such as a discussion or essay is to make it shorter. The interview was truncated and edited for clarity. Delightful. Perhaps I should truncate the opening. Who doesn't know? Here it is in context. I apologize in advance. This uses some Arabic words or Arabic names I know literally nothing about. I'm a scholar and a student of the Arabic poetic tradition. I study poets from Imru al-Qais to Muhammad Darwish, from al-Samwal to Hiba Abu Nada. I'm not willing to chop up this tradition into palatable and digestible bits. I will not truncate a poem if the ending makes you uncomfortable. From Huda Fakhreddini of lithub.com. I don't like this example. And the reason I don't like it is not that it uses names I don't pronounce. I don't like that it's negated. I think most examples I've seen of let's learn a new word use it in its positive signification as opposed to negating it. I'm sure there's some rules for how do you choose a good clip of a word, but yeah, just not a fan. Just not a fan there. Anyway, welcome to Let's Learn About the Word in relationship to other words and maybe etymology too, we'll see. Bushwhack. Is this a phrase you use? Bushwhack? I'm guessing it's Australian, but I have no idea. I think the word bushwhacker is more common in my idiolect than bushwhack, but I wouldn't use either one anyway. Anyway, bushwhack your way deep enough into the literature of tree identification, and you may come across references to trees with truncate leaves. Such leaves, as of the tulip tree for example, have bases that are straight and even, as though they've been cut or sheared away from something larger. The adjectival use of truncate isn't common. It's mostly found in technical writing and can also describe feathers, etc. that appear squared or evened off. But the familiar verb doesn't fall far from the tree. It's applied when something is shortened by literally or figuratively loping parts off of it, as when someone truncates a planned speech to fit time constraints. Both adjective and noun come from the Latin verb truncare, meaning to shorten, which in turn traces back to the noun truncus, meaning trunk. So next time you're stumped about the meaning of truncate, try to picture, well, a stump. There you go. There you go. It comes from the word trunk. I wonder if truncus is used both of tree trunks and human trunks. I have no idea. My knowledge of Latin has already been exhausted on stream. Some words are used more in a negated sense than in a non-negated one. Oh, I'm sure. I think unsullied is used more often than sullied is one that comes to mind. I know I've looked up a list previously of words that are used in negated context more than, not words that are negated by the word not or never, but instead are like, have a negating prefix used more often. I don't know on that. Anyway, what's the closing thing here? Fill in the blanks to complete a synonym of truncate. This does not come into mind immediately. Friends, what is it? A synonym of truncate. Like, cut down. Car time. What's the synonym? What do you know? Feel free to put it in chat. I have no idea. Curtail. Curtail, very good. Curtail, I like very, very much. Thank you. Thank you for your help there. First time I knock out one of those immediately. Anyway, can I find a list of words rarely used in positive sense? It's a thing. Is this a thing? No. I mean, yeah, words like awful and terrible do have a positive sense also. This is not what I'm looking for. How do I think of it? Rarely used without negating prefix. This feels like a bad search. Words that can't exist without the negative prefixes. Okay, this is interesting. It's not actually here. Oh, there it is. All right, so blah, 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 blah. Dis makes a word negative, like appear and disappear, good to good. So like, what's the opposite of gruntle? Disgruntle. At disgruntle, we never use gruntle. How about chalant? No, nonchalant. All right, they're called affixes, not prefixes. So I'm not looking for... Okay, I am looking for this possibly, which say like indelible, meaning not removed, we use regularly, but delible, much less so. Impeccable, you can say something is peccable instead. Fascinating. Disgruntled. I think someone made a funny little joke about not being disgruntled or gruntled, but like half gruntled or something. We'll see. Yeah, disgust. Is that related to, it is to gustare, like gustive sense. Cool. Chalant or nonchalant, disheveled or heveled. Hello friends, looking very heveled today. Reckless, yeah, I think that's what I'm looking for in general. That said, one of these that I saw in the Google preview was what? Nonplussed. Here's a word that might upset some of you very, very much because unfortunately, fortunately, your call, the word is now used in opposite senses. And so you don't know from context, or maybe only context, I'm not even sure, what the word means anymore. On the one hand, it means surprised and confused. On the other hand, it means unperturbed. Now, apparently this is only North American. I believe that one of the dictionaries, I don't remember which one, has taken the slang definition or informal definition and made it a standard definition also. And so surprised and confused, or unperturbed, not surprised or confused at all. And I'm guessing that the second one is because of people not knowing what the word was, or knowing like in the neighborhood of this idea, and then throwing it a different way. Or maybe it's because the non, they understand as being not something. And so this is positive, they are surprised. Is this French? No, it's not French. Not more, non plus. Huh. Interesting. Good fun. These are apparently called contronyms. Oh, interesting. The one that comes to mind for me is presently. At the present time. Now. Or after a short time, soon. It's not exactly a contronym. It's not like now versus never, but this is still a little unfortunate. A little unfortunate. What are the other contronyms we can learn of here? Give me a list of contronym. I'm sorry, what? In antiodrome? Fascinating. In antiodrome. Huh. Two opposite meanings. The word cleave means to cut apart or bind together. Cleave in the sense of cleavage, for example, like a split between two things, or I will cleave to this person. Awesome. Give me more examples. One more example. Here we go. Clip, attach or cut off. Yeah. Dust is adding dust or removing dust. These are fun. Sanction is both approve or penalize. Yeah, that's upsetting. All right. Fascinating. Today will not be too much word time, but thank you, friends, for tolerating this quick dive into words that are contextually distinguished as opposed to definitionally distinguished. Fascinating. You like fast, meaning hold fast or go fast. Absolutely. Hateful is both showing hatred or arousing hatred. This is not exactly a contronym, or this feels less contronymy to me as others, because it's not feeling hatred or feeling love, perhaps. A pet peeve is momentarily. Momentarily. To me, momentarily means like in a moment or within a moment. For a very short time or at any moment. Uh-oh, I'm a North American. Okay, so apparently for a short time. Oh yes, so this happened momentarily. Does not mean very soon, but for a little time. I love it. Don't worry, team. I'm not doing the standard prescriptivist thing of, oh, these words should only be used in this way. It's more how fascinating the way in which language drifts connotatively. And some of it probably is from misunderstanding early, but some of it also is probably more interesting stories of how language shifts. Anyway, there you go. Some things about some words. Let me grab a jacket. I guess Old Bluey one more time. Can't ever beat Old Bluey. It's a terrible name for a jacket. Some of the words used in one way. See, I don't ever say, okay, except for begs the question. Other than begs the question, I'm no longer interested in fighting and insisting that words must be used in a particular way, because chat gets very angry when I say this and yells at me about being an old man. And so I'm to the point now as long as the meaning gets across, fine, whatever. This is the voice of a man defeated. This is the voice of a man who sure does want to be a linguistic conservative, but realizes the arguments for it are fundamentally elitist. This is the voice of a man who deep down inside wants to be an elitist, but recognizes it comes from a bad place, and so must always hold that part of me back. Anyway, begs the question, please only use in the formal sense. It does not mean I want to ask a question or think about something new. Please do not say, this conversation begs the question of why is resorting elitist, etc., etc. Please only use it as this assumes what you're trying to prove. And the reason why is when student papers use the phrase begs the question, I underline it and write the exact same paragraph every single time. And so my sense is, if the fine people here refuse the misuse of begs the question, maybe eventually my students will stop it all. So, there you go. Get us a stamp. Maybe I should. Is there a begs the question stamp I can use to hammer on down? If not, I should have one made, probably. He popped the question. Oh, man. If I ever see he begged the question, meaning let's get married, the world has done that. Absolutely over. I've mentioned before that I have a stamp I've never used. I do have it here with me in Japan. It's a Gandalf stamp You shall not pass for grading. Is it here? There it is. I have exactly this thing. You shall not pass. I've never used it on a student paper, but I've wanted to more than a few times. There was one time with a student who was, generally speaking, very, very good, but it was clear that he had written his paper at the last moment with no care, no attention. He may have been drunk or high, I don't know. And so because he was a student that I thought could take the joke, I considered using it, but still I've not done so, and that's unfortunate. That's how it goes. Guru wants to know, is there an alternative version of begs the question? I mean, you can just say, let's think about, or I want to ask, or you don't need to introduce the question, right? You can just say, hey, what about question here? Or you just stop talking for a moment and say, I'm wondering, or question. I think that the use of, God, this is where the elitism comes flowing out very quickly. I think that using begs the question as a let's talk about is what's called a hypercorrection, I believe. Yeah. The use of an erroneous word or pronunciation based on false analogy with a correct or prestigious form. This is the elitism moment. I think someone heard the phrase beg the question said by a professor or someone of that sort and said, oh, that sounds fancy. Hello, friends. I wish to beg the question. And then it was out of control. Occasionally, I have students who are really, really, really smart, who are so worried about not being seen as smart that they will write at a level, I call it overwriting. They'll try to write at a level that actually confuses things more than makes them clear. They'll throw in certain kinds of words that, while they're close enough in meaning, are often connotation or are often tone for the rest of what they're writing. And often when I then ask the student, why did you use this word? And I ask them questions about, what exactly does this word mean? They'll often say, a mistaken definition. And so, yes, I find, again, this is a slight elitism. I'm very strongly the belief that one should be careful with the words one uses, especially in writing, where you have time to correct. And just write at the level you're writing at. Do not try to prove things that are false of yourself. I don't know. You have a coworker who does this, leading to assert we need carnal knowledge of the network. Cyberark, it's good seeing you. I love that. What on earth do they mean by carnal knowledge of a network? Or is it just they've heard the phrase carnal knowledge as a set piece? And so they mean it. They think it means like better knowledge or fuller knowledge. I have no idea. Yeah, and again, I don't want to make fun of people who are trying their best. As someone who grew up in a like non-academic home, I know that the use of certain kinds of words and phrases can be really alienating. And so one wants to feel like they're part of the group who can use these words and phrases correctly, but so often it's misapplied, and that breaks my heart for sure. Anyway, thank you for learning with me and complaining with me. I don't know. I try very hard to be like, let's be inclusive guy, but student papers that do this, horrible. And some of it is. It just can. Occasionally, I'll show my students some things I've written that I could write in a different way, and so I have a side by side like standard written and then an overwritten, and say, look, this one says the same things as the overwritten one, but it says it in a way that reads smoothly as opposed to what's that word? Why are you doing this? So it's how it goes. All right, I think that's all the talking I've got, unless anybody has anything else you'd care to share or want to see me discuss real quick. We're only live for an hour 15, so I feel okay with one. Oh, the redactyl. I almost stole the redactyl from you Friends, can you believe this? Wow. Wow. Last time on Saturday, wrong button. Last time on Saturday, we had our best ever accuracy. 79% of the guesses were actually in the article. Now, part of this, as I mentioned, is that I didn't make any typing errors, but you all got it narrowed down so quickly. You all figured out we were talking about music, about rock and roll, and then eventually Little Richard. If I get too high on the horse with a correct user's language, no. I said a moment ago, I've been defeated on that question. I do not use the phrase correct language, except with beg the question. What I use with my students is comprehensible language. Now, the student could say, it's comprehensible to me, big boy, what are you talking about? And then I would respond, I've read a lot of things throughout the years, and to me, as a usual reader, this was not especially comprehensible. I then talk about, what kind of character do you want to present yourself as in the world? The word you choose, the form you choose, says a lot about what you're putting across, and maybe about who you are or who you want to be. And so think about that. I'm not saying there are correct and incorrect ways of using language, though I want to. I really want to. Been defeated. Friends, let's see if we can do equally well today. Let's reload this big boy and see what's going. One I give you today, holy moly, there are quite a few words in the intro there. This is the longest, Jim, you're amazing. This is the longest title we've ever seen. So I'm gonna say immediately from this title with the of, this might be wrong. Don't let me poison you too much. With this title right here, I assume that this is a ruler or someone related to a ruler. It's probably like Archduke of blank. That's my guess. We'll see if this is true. Standard words beginning, the word philosophy, number 1. Language very cool. Actual little trash. Thank you for following over the weekend. When I saw your name pop up as following, I laughed so hard. The username actual literal trash, perfect. Perfect. 2 philosophies. Are there any potatoes? You know what? I don't think they're potatoes, so I'm not going to put the word potato in because I don't want to harm our score. There you go. Friends, give me what you got. What kinds of words would you like to see? How many standard guesses do I start with? Usually I do 2, but today I'm only doing 1. The word Viscount. Word Viscount. There are 3 Viscounts. Well done. No for emphasis. R is already done, so they do any form of to be, as well as prepositions and articles, I believe. Baron. 9 barons. Well done. No potato. History. 4 histories. Well done. Battle. 1 battle. Family. 3 families. No crutch. I think I'm gonna. I need an opinion, friends. It's time for voting. I need your opinion. I have a snap judgment, but I want to know. Nonsense guesses. ... Put them in or ignore them. Please vote now. Please vote now on this question because, man, I want to know what you all think. You, the community who's playing this. Where were we? We did king. How about the word Europe? 0 Europes. Wow, it's amazing. Mongolia. 0 of those, unfortunately. The word century, probably a lot. 5 centuries. The word British. 43 Britishes. Well done on that. Very, very good. The word city. 1 city. We also have the word Pablo. If you put in more than 1 word, I'll take your first word. How about land? There are 1 lands. How about the word America? 0 of those. How about the word royalty? 0 of those. The word noble, 0 of those. Born, 5 of those. Year, 3 of those. George, 34 Georges! 34 Georges! My goodness. The vote says, oh wow, 54% says ignore the nonsense. 48%, 46% say put in the nonsense. Almost a 50-50 there. The question then is, who would determine the nonsense? I would. This is my stream. I'm in charge here. Where were we? Spanish! There are 0 Spanishes. Monarch, 1 monarch. Monarchy, 0s unfortunately. We have the word born, 5 of those. Go ahead and put Fernandez's potato in, 0 of those. Colonies, 0 of those. Navy, 0 of those. Scottish, 0 of those. Father, 2 of those. War, 24 wars. I like that rhymes. 24 war, lovely. Empire, 6 of those. Occupation, 0 of those. Parliament, 5 of those. India, 37 Indias, well done. Hanover, no Hanovers. Thank you, Jim. 0 of those. I should err on the side of free speech. All right, look here. Free speech is for a purpose. Free speech is not just saying whatever nonsense comes to your mind. Our goal here is to solve the puzzle. Boo free speech. All right, let's see here. 1, 1, 1 you want. No 3s. How about aristocratic? 1 aristocratic. How about Clooney? This is a bad joke. George Clooney, ho ho ho. How about lords? 15 lords. Bishop. I misspelled occupation. Thank you for catching that. Occupation. None of those, unfortunately. Washington. 0 of those. Boer, i.e. Boer War. None of those. London. 8 of those. Roses. None of those. Colony, 0 of those. Time, 13 of those. Dead, 0 of those. Monarch, 1 of those. England, 5 Englands, well done. We, probably 6, no 6s. Church, 3 of those. Empire, 6 of those. How do I determine what's clearly fake? I trust myself. So once it's established, it's like George something and Parliament. If you throw in, I don't know, Doom 2, this is not relevant. If you throw in like a family name, this seems relevant, though not Clooney. I don't know. We trust ourselves in this channel. I am the arbiter of all things. L'état, c'est moi. French. All right, what do we got now? Viceroy. 14 of those. After me, they deluge. English, we have 1 of those. Cornwall, 0 of those. Gandhi, 2 of those. Joining, 0 of those. Wealthy, 2 of those. William, fine name, William, 3 of those. Years, plural, 7 of those. Scotland, I think we did Scotland. None of those, unfortunately. Age, 5 of those. Ladies, 0 of those. Circle, 1 of those. British, we may have done. Yes, there are 43 of those. Oh boy, Doom 2, no. House, 22 of those. I'm gonna need to stop in a moment to catch up. Citizen, none of those. Dictator, none of those. Law, 8 of those. Madness of King George, none of those. Sussex, 1 of those. Navy, 0 of those. Exchequer, I spell it right. Exchequer, none of those. East, 8 of those. Navy, none of those. Suppression, what the streamer is doing. 1 of those, good job. Partition, there's 6 of those. Peace, 4 of those. I put Pakistan in. No Pakistans, resort to you fool. He, 111 he's. Well done. Crown. Oh boy, 0 crowns. Appointed, 9 of those. Duke, 0 of those. After, that's a preposition. Hamilton, no Hamiltons. Marquee. Oh boy, 15 marquees. Secretary, 23s, well done. York, none of those. Secretary, 23, well done. Okay, maybe take a second. Company, 0. Ireland, 7. The Raj, 2, well done. World War I, 0 of those. Steel, 0 of those. Land, 0, oh, mistyped land. Land, 1 of those. State, 9 of those. Appointed, 9 of those. Earl, 6 of those. Oh boy. Near, it didn't show me how many there are. Did I type near in? Near. Oh, near the preposition. Not allowed. Victoria, 4 of those. Freedom! No freedom allowed. Victoria, 4 Victorias, well done. State, may have done. 9 states. Invited, none of those. Wellington, the Duke Wellington, none of those. Saxony, none of those. Great, 8. River, 0. Member, 7. First, 14. Churchill, and we're pausing, 5. Okay. My sense is I would never get this. So it's George Blank, probably some number, Marquess Blank of Blank. A viceroy of India for a time. Nobody knows this guy. I'm sure someone who's British or cares about Indian history does. But I think we may get defeated on this one team. It's somewhat obscure, so I doubt it's super obscure. I think the redacted was intentionally chosen to be, I don't know, to be somewhat inclusive. So a lot of blank Victorias. I'm gonna go ahead and do Queen. There are no queens. There are no queens. So blank Victoria is not Queen Victoria. Wow. Wow. Someone in chat got it. Did they? I'm guessing they cheated. I'm scrolling down. Clotrick, do you actually know this? Clotrick, do you actually know this one? So the answer apparently is Curzon. Or I misspelled it. Curzon? There you go. Good job. Good job. Marquess Curzon of... Alright, this is be a number. A 3 number. Is it 7th? Is it IIV? That's 3. No. Did VII XII? Oh boy. Or you think it's in like first? Hey, the first Marquess Curzon of! Friends, anybody know where the, where is this from? Where does this person live? It's 9 letters. If you know it, just put it in chat. I'm gonna say we've been defeated by this one. From Dax? That's not true. From Vulcan? False. Kettleston? Kettleston? Why on earth is this today's redactyl? Who's involved in the partition? Yeah, I definitely get that. You knew about Clotrick? All right, Clotrick, I believe you. Well done. I'm sorry I missed your word earlier. A lot came through. Oh, I have no idea. We have never gotten this. Like, the word George, fine. The word Marquess, fine, I guess. Like, I think I could have gotten this and this. Past that, never. Never. Friends, an ad break is coming. This ad break will launch us in today's gaming, but wow. Yeah, I want to know, how is this thing made? Okay, so it's not handmade. Redactyl is a daily browser game. A Redbeard Stillskin. Thank you for the re-subscription. Appreciate that. 6 total months. Happy Monday indeed to you. Happy Monday. Hope things are good. It's a random obfuscated Wikipedia article chosen from Wikipedia's 10,000 vital articles level 4. Huh. 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 So what sense is vital? Vital articles. Prioritization improvements. So I guess it's the ones that if there's something wrong in there, they want to go right away. I wish it were clearer. So what are some of these? Forget philosophy, obviously the most important area. Like, all of these feel potentially gettable. I'm all about those. I mean, is a problem, while I could get that, I don't think an average person could. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I guess we get down these. I see where it becomes harder and harder, but man, there are 2,000 people here. And among the level 4 people includes at least one I've never heard of. Let's see. There's a new Tom Hanks movie that was reviewed in the Times called, is it just called Here, maybe? I'm not sure if it's out yet, but apparently it's a film that is all shot from one camera location that does not move. The entire show is like this screen and what happens in front of it. And so it's a life and a history of an exact location. And I think that's so cool. Because as many of you know, one of my concerns about the contemporary world is that we've lost the value of place. Things like the internet makes it very easy for us to say, we are nowhere, or we're floating along as just minds. The recognition I had, of course, that really got me was back when I was playing World of Warcraft, right? And though I'd spent so much time in WoW and killing dragons and getting treasure, I was at some level just in my chair for like 16 hours a day. And so the moment I had that realization of, oh, I am in a place and this place matters, was really an eye-opening one for me. I think the other version of this that makes me so sad is the way in which so many people move away from places they care about simply to go find jobs. And so people who are like, wow, I love my family, I love my hometown, I want to be here, I gotta go away for work. And that breaks my heart. And I think it's like the subordination of place and family to instead, the C word, for sure. You're something more aware of and more interested in Asia than we were growing up. Oh, no. I'm not saying in any sense internet bad. Like, this is beautiful, this is good. I'm glad we can connect. I'm glad we can learn things. I'm glad that, like, at the click of a button, I can learn about George Curzon. Right? This is great. I just mean to say that I worry about dislocation, right? This is the standard example or standard like development of Putnam's Bowling Alone. The people gradually have become dislocated from their communities. And I know some communities are really terrible, but dislocated from their communities in a physical place and have lost something that might matter a lot. Now, I think that there are great communities online, right? I think that this is one of them. People find a place here and feel comfortable and good, and that's awesome. But I also worry about the consequences of these things. Anyway. Don't want to go too deep down that one. Not a planned topic, just what comes to mind. Friends, though, it is time for the Oops page. It is time for the game page. Friends, we have a totally, where's the game? There it is. A totally healthy relationship to giantism, or gigantism, whatever you want to call it. We're continuing our playthrough in which some of you worry I may have a giant fetishism. And I recognized last time, as I was logging out, I should have said, how dare you yuck my yum? But yes, we're currently working on breeding giants. Just one. If I can get just one giant, I'd be very, very, very pleased. Because this here, Captain Dolivar, the Wolf Father. What is that name? Captain Dolivar, the Wolf Father, I love, is unfortunately 65 years old. About 2 or 3 years ago, he married this beautiful giant. She's 38. She's his soulmate. Unfortunately, there's not yet a child being produced. Hip People Guy, thank you for gifting a subscription to Begs the Question. After their 2 or 3 years of being married, this begs the question of why is Mistress Beatrix not yet pregnant? This, of course, begs the question of is she in fact infertile? I wonder if this begs the question of if we'll have to marry her to someone new. This is the question. In-game, the Apostolic Faith recognizes giant trait as virtuous. Rocky, maybe one of these days, a rookie, maybe one of these days I'll have to play an Apostolic playthrough. I recognize the majority of people are not big fans of giants. They have a negative attraction trait. So maybe old Dolivar and Beatrix are not involved in the carnal knowledge of one another because they are giants and not attracted. That's how it goes. What on earth was I doing? Okay, we're making a barber's tent. The reason we're making a barber's tent is this will allow us to make some consistent money. As of right now, the only money we've had coming in is from doing contracts. And while that's fun and good, it'd be absolutely wonderful to be able to wander a little bit more, because this fellow, Captain Dolivar, is deep into the traveling tree. Deep in the traveling tree. Now, I think I've been a little bit less impressed with these trees. And the reason why, of course, is when a character is traveling, they're not able to engage in the normal business of the playthrough. They can't, make decisions back at court. They can't go and do contracts of their own, etc. And so it requires one to kind of selfishly engage in the wandering. Now, I don't know the way to play a wandering adventurer who's not part of a camp and what that would look like. But yeah, making money in order to go on our weekend vacations. Friends, we're playing our real world. 5 months of working at the contract factory in order to have 2 months of wandering a little bit more. But we're almost done. Soon a wandering hero. Soon having more hiking, longer hiking, and soon more diplomacy for being out there. What's a good sort of money? Criminal contracts. This is good guy playthrough, perhaps as usual, but don't you worry, we'll do a bad guy playthrough at some point, surely. All right, I believe we want to go knock out the transcribing text job, because though this is a group of warriors with their giant swords and shields, they're actually quite intelligent, most of our people here. So quick transcription should be nice. We'll head there to engage in writing a good book, and then when that's done, or while that's happening, we need to take a look at a couple things. Number one, our men-at-arms groups are so small still. Only 115 dudes in total, 5 of whom are knights. So we gotta spend money on upgrading our groups. Unfortunately, men-at-arms are just kind of expensive. Once we have money coming in, this needs to be a focus. Number two, one of the achievements we're going for is to have 10 people in camp fully support us. We have 8 and a child, so things are going pretty well on that front. We just need to get 2 more supporters who are down with the resorty. If I can get someone who's down with the resorty, it'd be absolutely great. Okay, off for a mission, off for exposure. Our renown is still very, very low. The easiest way to get renown for us right now is to go to grand tournaments. We managed to successfully fight our way through a grand tournament, winning 2 events, and that was pretty swell. Also, we've just now visited a place I do not know about personally, so let's go and pull up the economy page and see what it is. San Apollinare Nuovo. The Basilica of San Apollinare Nuovo has only gained its current name recently when the relics of Saint Apollinarius were transferred from the neighboring Basilica in Claus. Its history, however, is much longer. First consecrated in the early 6th century by King Theodoric of the Ostrogoths as an Arian church, the building has seen many renovations both in structure and decoration while maintaining its unique style. An elegant mixture of Western and Eastern art and its amazing Byzantine mosaics. Anyone know, does this still exist? Is this still hanging out there? I do wonder. Also, I've been watching short X videos from Rick Steves, the travel guy who runs tours and also occasionally has specials about Rick Steves in Europe, Rick Steves in Italy, etc. He's been posting shorter videos of himself touring like an average tourist with his selfie stick and going to fancy places and saying, look at this church, look how beautiful these carvings are in this church. And he zooms in with his little selfie stick. And I realize I really enjoy watching Rick Steves do this thing, but if I were actually at the tourist locations with him, I would hate him so much because he would be so loud and annoying. And again, as a viewer, awesome. This is perhaps the same thing as live streams on Twitch. The viewers think it's delightful to have this person showing views of downtown Tokyo and yammering on about the sights and the smells and, hey, chat, it's good to see you, and so on. But as people around them are probably profoundly annoyed. Once again, the importance of place, understanding what it is to be a place. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It does still exist. Very cool. We've never been to Italy. Insofar as Nam's a Latinist, we probably should go to Italy at some point. She's been to Greece a number of times. Back in undergrad, she was planning to be a Hellenist of some sort instead of a Latinist, but in grad school she switched over because of her love of Latin literature, I believe. Is vanilla? Absolutely. Who that's Skyrim. I always play vanilla. I do not know what mods are good other than the big conversion ones, but it is vanilla all the way. All DLCs, but vanilla. The daylight slowly fades as I sit in Prince Bishop William's chambers by candlelight, frantically copying squiggly lines of ink from one sheet to another. This is a boring book. Can I fix it? 74% chance of doing so. If I knew more languages, I would then try my best to read more about this. We'll go for sure. Successful transcription, +3 score. I don't know the numbers I need. Okay, we need 7 points for success. We currently have +3. If I can get a second big success, then I need 1 basic success. I don't know. If I do a total conversion mod, it would be easier for me to be evil resorty. I don't know. It depends on what evil means in the game world. If it's just trying to selfishly build up my power in opposition to other folks so I can then bring into my empire and treat well, I'm okay with that kind of self-interest. But if it's we're gonna capture people and torture them and laugh maniacally, I think that kind of gameplay just isn't for me, no matter what world it's in. I don't know. I know some people delight in that kind of play, and some communities do also, but not for me. Speaking of which, for this year's RimWorld Hot Potato charity event, we've decided, which I mean I've been told, we'll be using the Ideology DLC. And the reason for that is to turn off players' ability to do cannibalism and using the drugs and things like that, because the thought is that Médecins Sans Frontières, the charity with whom we work, would far prefer that we don't have those in our playthrough. I think it's actually that some RimWorld players are insane and terrible, And so they enjoy, like, ha ha ha, in my 2 hours of play, I'm gonna kill as many children as possible and make cats out of them. And so I think we're blaming the charity in order to stop people being awful. And you know what? I'm okay with that. So you'll be seeing my portion is standard like good guy resorty rimworld play. But no, I don't know. I don't know how to be. I don't know. Someone in chat just said it's like it's being humans being humans, but I'm a human also. I'm a human also. The ways I act are human possibilities. I don't know. Anyway, let's try to embellish again. We succeed. We're at plus 6 points now. So if I spend one more effective decision here, like just to do a standard normal, we will finish the job successfully. Can I see what it is to have big success? Okay, if I use my knowledge of warfare, we'll get to 8 points. If I embellish again, we might get to 9. We're going for the big one. We got the 9. Is this big success? It does not say. Prince Bishop William flips through the pages, an intrigued look upon his face. Well, this manuscript is certainly more interesting than I remember. He hands over the script to the attendant. Study this and let us reconvene this evening. Turning to me, the Prince Bishop William smiles briefly, handing me a heavy pouch. Good job. As agreed, here's your award. The book icon on the bottom right I can see. Oh, thank you. That was hiding behind the microphone as usual. So normal success is 56, big success is 99. Friends, we got the big success, 99 money. And then someone mentioned something I'd forgotten about entirely, which is you can use hooks on the people with whom you just did work to ask for men at arms regiment. Now they're random. It's nothing super great, but it's better than having nobody. We got armored footmen. I love it. I love it. For free. And then Count Bonifacio, I'm already at men of arms limit. So we're allowed to have 3 right now. So Huscarls, trebuchets, and armored footmen. The third I wanted to request was Varangians. People returned from Byzantine Empire. But for right now, these will be fine. Now, the trebuchets feel so dumb to have, as they're useless in ordinary battles, but sieging is hard also. I'd love to find another one, possibly. Okay, with the money I have right now, I should probably upgrade our camp some more. What I'd like in particular on the camp is to upgrade the baggage train to have the portable shrine, I think, just so that we can change people's religions so they love us more. This though might be a waste of our slots. Does anyone know if once you fill a slot in the camp, are you allowed to remake it, take down the old thing, put in a new thing? It would be a waste of 60 money, but I don't know if I mind that so much, just to get everyone converted over. We'll see. Okay, heading back home once more with 200 troops. So close to battling well. Some hired muscle that way. Unfortunately, a bunch of 1-star contracts. And then over here, a 2-star escort and emissary for the Duke Bonifacio of Istria. Let's go ahead and do just that. I'm going to hit the hired muscle here and then head this way. The goal of the playthrough is to become an exceptional family in the Byzantine Empire, and then to become elected emperor. I don't know how much money it costs to buy an estate. Does anybody know? Let's see if we can talk to the emperor about this one. Hello, child, you are resplendent. So I don't see a button here for give me an estate. I know it's still possible, given the character I started with. We pulled up achievements earlier, but I don't know what it takes to join that part of the game. We'll find out. Okay, I want to move the whole camp over to here. Also, we can go ahead and gather some provisions while we're out here. So what can we do? I can have a 2% chance of getting ill while picking up food, or instead a much higher chance of getting a little bit more food. Hooray! 605 food. We're nearly at our cap for that. Also, I saw a mention ago, if I go to a temple, I can get a bonus of fertility. I think I already did that, like the blessing thing. We can check again right quick and make sure that's the case, but I'm 95% sure we've already done that. So we'll continue on once more to here. I think it's a blessing on the group. Now, is it the case that... Uh-oh, our wife is ill! At some point here, I may just grab an absolutely random lustful wife to have any child at all. Our current child is a 63-year-old man who is sick that we hired just to have someone in the family. Good luck, wife. I believe in you. Do we have, like, the blessing of the Lord? I'm not seeing it. So perhaps it's worth going in and seeing if the priest will bless us once more. Okay, whoops. I'm traveling. There we go. All right, what is here? Let's go visit the church itself. We can go into the church proper. Maybe the preacher to point. What did the preacher say? All right, the preacher is saying how better bodily health will increase spiritual health as well. He stands firm despite occasional heckle from the crowd. We talk to the physician. Yeah, you need 1,000 piety in order to strengthen the spirit of the followers. Hey, Jester, thanks for that resub. 18 months, appreciate it a bunch. Talking to Gausberto in a dwindling alley up some stairs of the study. The room is crammed floor to ceiling with shelves containing scriptures and prints related to the humors, health, and spirituality. He sits in a chair behind the desk, absent-mindedly stroking a small talisman, and then notices my presence. Oh, you. Did you want something? I saw your lecture to the worse off, I reply, and hesitate before continuing. I can invite him to join me. He's an exceptional physician instead of my poor physician. For 15 money, I'm possibly all about that. If I had another 12 piety, I can get the spirit of the follower bonus. I don't know what that does. I can instead ask him to use skills to stay sharp. He'll join me for free, 88% chance. Or I don't care. I'm going to try to bribe him with the word. He agrees. We have an excellent physician now. He's only 44. He is still a monk. He's loyal to me through and through. Calm, trusting, humble. My kind of guy for sure. I return to the church grounds. Let's go visit the church proper now. And yes, we can ask God to bless us for 5 years. The blessing gives more piety increase, stress off, and we live for potentially 10 years more. Wow. Big boy is doing just fine. I'm going to see how much longer he can live. I'll stroll in the garden. Hello, garden. We can go ahead and say, I'm a peaceful fellow, burn stress. We're already at 0. Or let's go and take some food off the fruit trees. Stealing from the church. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Okay, while we're here, let's go see the locals at the tavern. We see a lot of activity, the fire's going on, all the rest. Let's hear a story. Hello, sir. His name is Sanguguera, Cisalpine Catholic, and he says, and then Finn, in his rage, turned to stone. His dreams of destruction were never realized, and so the cathedral still stands to this day. All right, Finn did not destroy the cathedral. We can learn from the story. We can pay him some money to teach us how to tell better stories. We say thank you for the story, or we don't care. I'm going to go ahead and say the story had some good points. For 3 months, we get a bonus to stewardship. Fine. We can see this for recruitment, but I want to save my money for right now, I believe. Except, this would give us a 10th adult, and we can knock the achievement out possibly. So who's here? Some unemployed Cisalpines. A Sonia, a fine military commander. Vittorio de Mele, a witch. A witch who is a little deceitful through and through. Or lastly, Paolo de Verona, shy and trusting a big learned person like us. How much money, Paola? 145 money. All right. I actually can't afford any of them right now. Let's hope we can scout for talent on a long walk here. So, what else we do here? We can talk to the food person. He says a lot of food. The food costs 9 money for 208. Or we can ask him for 52. We're full on food. We don't need any food right now. And so, off we go once more to explore the mission right here. All right. We're going to need discreet swords for hire to insist that this guy's the rightful ruler, etc. Hey, got an achievement called Band of Brothers. Did I have 10 adults already? Hey! Hey, the child came to like me. Why? I have no idea why the child came to like me. Also, I thought it was 10 adults. It can include the children also. Friends, one of the achievements accomplished. Totally accidentally, but I'm absolutely all about that. Very, very, very good. How are we going to get an heir? So number one, we do have an heir. We adopted him into our family. As far as actually producing a child of our own blood, gosh, we're working on it. We have a lovely wife named Beatrix. Unless we involve ourselves in mechanical death, like in a battle, we should be fine on life expectancy for a while longer. We do eat a lot of food, but we're not a drunkard. We've maintained a fairly clean life so far, so hopefully that continues until our wife produces a child. Now, it is the case that our wife is unwell. If she were to die, we immediately go into absolute panic mode to find another giantess bride. I mean, if there happens to be one nearby that our adventurer falls in love with, why would we ever force a random giant onto our captain? That seems unhealthy. Anyway, Zelino here would like us to pluck some thorns from the rose of his city. Not killing, just helping. Alright, along with being quite learned, our people are quite good at fighting, including Cecile here, a knight who might have a different sex beneath the clothing, possibly. Some fine fellows. Is your name Carling? The wrong flavor of Carling. Do you think we could push him for a throne? Can we show up and say, he is the true Carling? He is of the northern Carling tribe. I don't know. Everyone's looking pretty good here. These people speed things up. Yeah, I like our group right now. I think our group on the whole is pretty darn pretty darn good. We're heading towards 100%. We're picking up, how much per turn? 14.7 plus 2%, I believe. So about 15% per phase. It's a little weight, but that's not too bad. As far as my personal schemes, I'm trying to sway one of my knights who loves me as much as he could. They want to stop that. Good to see you. And then may I learn his language instead? The language of the Hungarian people. Probably not that useful, but we'll take it anyway. And another wanderer level up. So first we can take local hero. Oh, I just was in the wrong spot for CK3. Usually I have my camera in the right third of the game for this one. I think it's fine. As long as no one's complaining about resorting or blocking important UI elements, we'll be okay. So local hero, we get the mellow journey or appeasement journey, or the home from home. We can take longer hikes, and we lose even more stress while on the road in general. I love that. I love that so much. We talked last time about when we pick up money, which we've done now. I should make a pilgrimage to Rome while we're so close. I think someone mentioned at the start of the stream. I apologize for forgetting about that, but it's a fine way to get some more wandering points, to see the sights and gain some renown for that, I believe. Should be pretty nice. I think we haven't had a single scheme happen in our camp yet. I wonder if while our people are supporters, if they're unlikely to scheme, and if they're against our rule, against our captaincy, if maybe they're a little bit more on the side of of intrigue, I suppose. Barber's tent is done. So now we're getting 0.22 money per month. It's not a lot, but at least it's some. I'm going to wait until we pilgrimage before I spend again. Though we should pick up some decent money pretty soon. There's really nothing else for us to do while we're waiting. We'll just increase the game speed 5 and watch the circle go around. It's flying now. I've become a beast again. Oh, it's the endless yo-yo dieting. In fact, we're already trying to lose weight, so going in the wrong direction, brother. He hasn't even done any comfort eating throughout the entire playthrough so far. He's only been doing his standard eating 4 or 5 sandwiches. Oh, my personal physician, who was excellent previously, has now dropped to poor. Wait, why? Oh. I thought the event popped up and said Gosberto would automatically replace the physician. I guess not. So, there you go. We now have an excellent physician. Glad I caught that. We can have him focus on plagues, on research, or on charity. Yeah, none of these help that much, except for maybe charity. A lot of the elements of the game are still very focused on we're landed, but for the moment, clearly we're not. After this phase, we'll launch our enforcement and see if we can go deal with the people who cause problems to him. 100%, we seize the moment, we pound our hand and indicate to people, don't you dare work against the ruler here, and hopefully they'll stop. How much for a quick pilgrimage? Or maybe a hike? Pilgrimage first. It says 230 money. Please don't be that much, actually. All I want to go is to the Vatican. It's 120. So the average there, I believe, is based on whichever pilgrimage location you want to go to. Like hiking all the way to Canterbury might be kind of rough. All right, while we're out and about, we'd like to visit as many nearby places as possible. We'll go the southern route on the way there. On the way back, we'll pick up Bologna, the university there, possibly. Okay, we then go to the Vatican. After the Vatican, we head out through Rome itself. Part of me wants to go all the way down here, but we got to get back to our job. So we'll only go as far as Lorino. Never mind. While we're out and about, we'll hit all the spots. I missed the spot. This is, in some measure, kind of greed, of course. But if you're only going to be in Italy once, why not visit Sicily? We could take the route over to Iglesias. That's excessive, though. All right, up we go to Squiluse. What a great name. Hit that. One more to hit. Bologna. And greedy. Let's go here also. Oh, see, once we start going to the HRE, there's so much to take, but that's enough for now. The travel deviation's too long. All right, no Innsbruck. There we go. Here we go. There's actually one moderate danger. I wonder what kind of kit would help us most. Like, just throw in Pathfinder. We drop to no dangers. All right. Shall we be a humble person? Appropriate, throng. No, be appropriate, bring our good nights. Good night, everyone. And then on this side, we're going to be just doing normal pilgrimage. All right, team. I'm already traveling. What do you mean I'm already traveling? I've got to discard everything I just did. Oh, okay, we're home now. This is the second or third time I've done that. Where I've been almost home, but not quite noticed. Oh, man. Let's do it again. More clicking, more good. So where are we going? We're going to the Vatican. We're going to get ourselves a wilderness kit. Very good. We're also going to, oh my goodness. We're going to deviate a little bit. I will not read it all out for you. This quiet period will be our shame. Okay. We're doing all that before the Vatican. Resort, you fool. Alright, the Vatican's hit. And then back to the quiet period of shame. Okay, way home we hits. You. Cool. That's enough for now. You prefer visiting as much as possible on the way to, not the way back. Oh, rookie! It gives you opportunities to, get more piety, doesn't it? By wandering. You're absolutely right. Once again with the clicking. We'll hit Rome last. All right. Need a long walk to be pious the whole way. So let everyone know where we're going and what we're doing. You're absolutely right. Yeah, piety on the way is the way to go. Rome is being hit there. To the Vatican. Not getting this one. So we'll add that at the very, very, very beginning. Hooray! Then the Vatican, then home. All right. I apologize for undoing the shame silence. This is the one danger. It's a wetland. So we add in, what's wetland? Pathfinder? No. Wilderness? No. Arid kit? Surely not. Maybe there's nothing for wetlands in particular. Well, wilderness kit, have a good time. 11 days or maximum. Okay, so I'm not allowed to go everywhere I want to. It'll be easy to grab this in the future. It's very close by, though. I think the issue is going all the way down to Glacius. I junked that one. We're fine now. Friends, welcome to the world's greatest pilgrimage. The kind of thing that people will write stories about. I would like you to write a story. Altruism gives me more piety. I don't really need that. Zealotry. Let's just go reflection. It's fine. Okay. Are we feeling ready for this? Is this the moment we've all needed? Let's see. So, where is it? What do I need here? Gemini. Okay. Hello, ChatGPT. Very good. Please write me a rhyming short poem about Resorti's quest for Rome and visit to the Pope. I hate that they Googled me here. Resorti, a gamer, a curious sight, journeyed to Rome, a city of light. With a backpack and a heart full of glee, he sought the Pope, a mystery. Through ancient streets, he did roam, seeking wisdom, finding a home. The Vatican's grandeur, a sacred place, a moment of peace, a divine grace. With the Pope he shared a knowing smile, a bond forged, lasting for a while. A pilgrim's tale, a story untold, a journey of faith, brave and bold. So, a while back, I went to a talk about the future of LLMs. And about, like, could we identify which piece is LLM and which is from a real journal article? And they had one section of a joke made by ChatGPT and a joke made by a real person, a human person. And the joke was so, like, obvious and stupid on the ChatGPT side. And I know that this is not intentional wordplay, but man, if I were shown the use of Rome, mean to go places, so close to Rome, the city, like I would take that as being the kind of wordplay that I would attempt to make. I would be bamboozled by this one. Anyway, I hope you're inspired by the bit of poetry we have. Thank you, ChatGPT, for your help there. We continue to call it ChatGPT forever. Off we go. Off we go. Off we go. Cool. AI does a better job if you're mean to it? Wait, why? Why would you say that? I don't understand why that would be. Like, my usage of LLMs is entirely what you saw just there. Asking questions about things I want to read on stream, of course, to delight you all. I never use outside of stream context, but that's fun. Along the path to the Holy Land, I've met with all kinds of pilgrims, both young and old. It's as if I'm witnessing a tapestry of my own life play out before me. Silver hair and wrinkled skin always seemed so distant until they came to me. I can't help but feel this pilgrimage may be my last, before I take my ultimate journey to heaven. You're in fine health, brother. Settle down. Maybe I should stop for a while and contemplate life's brevity. I make the most of my time. I try to become determined to have a more knowledge where I go. I have lots of life to live. Get a big old health boost, but more stress for trying to outrun my life. Health bonus, please. I got it. More health for 15 years. Hey, our wife recovered from her illness. Maybe. What made that poetry versus just words? I mean, I don't know what a poem is, but short things that rhyme and are broken up in, like, here's a phrase, here's a phrase, here's a phrase. That's like poetry to me. Now, I don't know. I have no idea what makes a poem. Let's see here. Risordi realized he couldn't explain a poem, so he decided that he'd show him. Like, rhyming together a collection of words, he would show that poetry's for the birds. There we go. As we make our way down the holy road we travel, we're suddenly made to stop as a beast steps out into the middle of the path. A mighty bear stands between me and the Holy Land. Is this the bear that in, what? The story of Elijah eats children? Maybe. There's something of a knowing look on the beast's face, as if the mind of a wise old man resides behind the feral eyes. He blinks and then carries on his way. It's a messenger from God. Follow him. We might get eaten, or we can't be distracted. Obviously, a messenger from the Lord. I diligently follow the bear, being careful that he does not notice me. Eventually, he meets his prey, a small bird. The bear waits and waits for the opening and eventually attacks the bird, only for it to slip away and flutter into the open sky. What could God have meant by that? A positive interpretation. We are not the bear. We are instead the bird. And the bird got away safely. And so we'll get away safely from all of life's troubles. Or we're the bear. Occasionally you don't get the things you want. And maybe you learn from that. Now maybe we're the tree in this forest. We look down and see the affairs of the bird and the bear and realize this kind of material competition is literally beneath us. We can interpret literally anything into meaning. Unfortunately, it's a bad omen. I'm the bear. More stress coming in. Brutal. On we go. What's up, Drek? Good seeing y'all today. Hope you're having a good one. Hope everything is good for you. We're continuing along. I guess I should ask while we're wandering. Does it bother some of you when I do the quick little engagements with Gemini? They're being used entirely for humor. Or like, oh, that Risordi, as opposed to like the endorsement of that kind of thing. If my students turned in a poem that was written by Gemini, I would be annoyed. But I think on stream, it's ha-ha-hee-hee. Everyone loves a little ha-ha-hee-hee. I don't know. We're looking upon... Now, there's probably a third contingent. The third contingent is, Resorty, just play the video game. I pay you to play the video game so I don't have to do so. Play the video game. Out here late at night, I sometimes look to the stars and wonder, what is our purpose in life? Can God even see me this far from home? Does God have a telescope? I don't know. It doesn't annoy you, it annoys you your colleagues or substitute for thinking. Absolutely. I'm making money off stream, so I'm using Gemini to help support me monetarily. Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, but I also use like CNN to help make me money. And I suspect if I like pushed it, CNN would say, "Oh, you're publishing our stuff for money, shame on you." I don't know. Maybe I'm doing it ironically. Maybe it's ironic. I'm gonna go with that one. I have no idea. I don't know how to go about the ethics of using a free program that I realize is like harvesting data from the world, but gosh, isn't all of it? But there is no ethical consumption or capitalism. Yes, I got out of it, no problems. All right. Can God see me? I say it's my sacred duty to continue on, get more piety through and through, or I want to have a good time and engage instead in cultures of the Italians, or I'm engaging a bit of theater. Does theatrical pilgrimage give me lust? Unfortunately not. On we go. You're not sure it adds much to the stream. I don't know how to think about what adds to the stream and what doesn't. Like, for example, this one has some Latin, and I can't immediately translate that Latin. So I'd want to say, like, oh, let's go to Google and translate Latin. I realize it doesn't add much to the stream, but it sates my curiosity. It's hard to say. As my party passed through a small town, I noticed a throng of people filling the market square. At the center, a man stands on an overturned fish cart, shouting wildly to all who will listen. The day of judgment is nigh. Repent, repent, I say, or you shall be damned for all eternity. The worried looks on the townsfolk's faces, as they nervously whispered to each other, they're fearful of the doomsayer's words. So, actually, I do know what this is. The dia autem ilia et hora nemo sicht. I believe this means something like, the hour of the end is not known to people. Something like that. Or no one knows the hour of the end or something. More piety! Or I'm glad there's an indulgence here. Lose stress because we won't be damned. Or this man's not a priest, cast him down. Alright, more piety, more good. We check here that we're at piety number 1 as we're continuing along. About halfway through our long wander, visit the University of Siena. It's funded by taxes from Siena itself. Taxes, they say. Who would think of such a thing? Who will enforce that? Oh no! My quote-unquote son is dead! Adopting a 64-year-old into the family was perhaps not the wisest decision, but, oh God, how could you do this to Cole? If I've sinned, why did you not punish me? See, this is a case where I wish I could adopt him legally, as opposed to his becoming my son, in the sense that, like, we boo-hoo-hoo, our child is dead. I don't know. Like, it's a legal agreement, not anything else. That said, Cole produced one child before his death. So Intignate Coulson is our heir. I should probably ask to train him so I can keep an eye on him and see what's what. Currently he's bossy. Bonus stewardship, bonus to martial. I suspect that martiality is the way to go. I don't know what a stewarding group looks like, other than we're allowed to go, like, help build buildings. Are any of these focused on stewardship? The answer is no. There are stewardship jobs, though. I don't know. All right. Come on, wife. I don't want to cheat on you. I think there is a hidden infertile trait, maybe? I'm not sure. While we wander, how much do you like me, brother? Plus 76. So he will give me things, namely more money for more building. Can I seduce her? Unfortunately, we're already soulmates. She loves me as much as she possibly could. There's nothing to do other than to wait. Or take on a further lover. That feels bad, man. Hello, Prince Bishop! He likes me 51. He will not give me money. I asked for a favor too recently, unfortunately. Count Zeno? You got some money? Indeed you do. Alright, he gave me 102 money. I don't know how much money they give me and why, but that's enough to boost the camp if we want to. Until we build up a pavilion, we do not have a new slot here. Build up pavilion gives a same health bonus, more men-at-arms though, and more travel safety. Unfortunately, it's 200 though. A bit too much, unfortunately. The baggage trap upgrade is 120. We could do that. If we do that, we get more archers and more skirmishers, but as of right now, our men-at-arms slots are full. Barber tent upgrade gives us double the money we're earning right now. And you get a further health bonus against plagues and disease. I really want to upgrade the pavilion, so I think we're going to hold on until we got that done. Also, we may need to spend all of our money on this giant pilgrimage. We might meet some impoverished folks who need our generosity. We've made it to the Kingdom of Sicily, and with that made a new trait in martial, actually. Alright, so for the first time ever, we've picked up points just by wandering on enough to get more things. So, CBs, no. Dread, no. Though cheaper men-at-arms, always fine. Or personal better fighting. Now, we're getting old. So this +4 prowess will counteract some of that. I bet we have like a -10 or 12 on prowess. We have a -18, and yet we're +24? I can't do math, but I believe that means if we were not old, we'd have over 40 personal combat. Good. Are we allowed to like challenge people to duels now? I can't quite recall what the lifestyle bonus is on that one. May challenge rivals to single combat for stress, and also make a request of counts to have grand tournaments. As I mentioned before, grand tournaments are one way to boost renowned consistently. Now, I just burned all of my count level relationships here. He's only -15 on a grand tournament, which part of that is we requested too recently. I don't know what the cooldown is on that. We'll see. Visit the Catalica di Stilo. Let's go and read out what that is. Do not know my Italian territory at all. Let's go and see. All right. The Byzantine influence of the building is strong. A small church with a baptistry and red bricks nested upon naked rocks with an inscribed cross plan and a rich decoration of fresco cycles dominating the valley of the Stellaro stream. The church is an isolated gem in the middle of hostile nature where man can feel closer to God. All right, let me go ahead and look into this. Catalica di Stilo. Stilo? Something like that. Catalico di Stilo. Close enough. It does still exist. That's in Italian. Whoops. I wonder it's called in English. That said, look at the bricks. Look at the delightful, what do you even call these? Like the crosshatch tiles? Something like that. Looks like it's kind of out in the middle of nowhere as far as the mountains go. Very cool. Very cool. Here's the English equivalent. A slightly different angle there. So it looks like it's probably not used anymore, I suspect. There are 9 pictures. Yeah, definitely not used. Attractive inside of the dome. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's on the ceiling also. Yeah, the ceiling here, picture of Christ looks like. Christ blessing. with some angels next to them. Some non-accurate angel pictures. If you ever looked at people who attempt to draw accurate angels in the Book of Revelation, they are horrifying. They're terrible in both senses and awful also. A bit of a fresco remaining. As I mentioned before, I know nothing about art except for the yellow circles behind the heads of people are halos, and it means they're saints. Is this Augustine? That might be Augustine, I'm not sure. Got a few more to go. Another saint, probably a sainted royal with that lovely cape on their back. Some bishop, maybe? I don't know. I love the colors. And I love this is here after so many hundreds of years. And the connection with the past, where someone drew that, and then someone looked at that, and now today we're looking at it also. And again, the glories of the internet here, that we can see these things without ever quite being there. So cool, so cool. Hey, Mischief, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you so much for the generosity and helping me, pay the bills. And all that good stuff. That's lovely. That's absolutely lovely. I'm glad it still exists. I know that not all of the special locations of this game still exist, but that one does. That's really cool. We learned a language! What language is it? I've forgotten. The language of the Sami. This was us attempting to be inclusive of our tribal neighbors to the north. We started in Sweden, and we now speak more languages up that way. Good job. I've done endless hours practicing, sleepless nights mimicking inflection, countless lessons mastering intonation. It's all worth it in the end. Friends, I worked so hard on my Japanese this weekend. I probably spent about 6 hours over the course of Saturday and Sunday working on Japanese, which is the hardest I've grinded at it for a while. So very proud of myself on that one. I spent a lot of time practicing on Duolingo with the accent thing, where you say words and you say sentences, and it picks up whether you've said them correctly enough. And that feels good. That feels good to practice that way. My wife and I even had a good conversation in Japanese. It was a conversation about all the things we like about Cat Fritz. And it required me to ask her a bunch of times, like, what's the word for? What's the word for? But it's really, really nice for sure. Can the character not speak his wife's language? That's a really smart question. It's a really smart question. Hey, baby, she's a Saxon. We don't speak Germanic. Well, maybe that's the problem. Maybe no babies after 4 years now because we don't speak the same language, unfortunately. Good. The empires of yesteryear. Wandering this path, I've encountered many reminders of those who came before me. Here in Meritia probably, I've come across the crumbling remains of a shrine to the ancient Roman pantheon. Demeter, in all her beauty, smiles at me with a half-cracked mouth, and Zeus's face has been eroded almost beyond recognition. Roman pantheon? Demeter? Zeus? Question mark? Perhaps one day, some other man will wander this path and contemplate the fallen Dalavar's inquisitors and the Catholic faith practiced by the captain. I consider the old empires a little stressful because we're lazy, or think about the old faith. So we could become imperial contemplation, cheaper titles, bonus stewardship, or godly contemplation, more learning, more piety. Let's think about the old faiths. We failed. We got distracted in our contemplation. Too many other concerns in the world. Princess Engeltrod is pushing a claim against the HRE. Do I dare go stand against the... Pure jokes. We are going to arrive at Rome and then the Vatican. Our piety is up to almost 1.5. We saw the Battle of Civitate. Many of you know that one addition in the recent update is now certain battlefields give lovely bonuses for seeing the death, the carnage, the victory, the weapons behind, and all the rest. It's all pretty cool. Friends, it is the case that another hour's gone by, 2 hours and 30 minutes. Time for the first real ad break of the day. We're going to take 3 minutes of ads. During that time, we'll play some crossword, and then we'll get back to our game presently. So thanks for being here. Hope you're having a good time so far. There's the crossword. You may not be aware that on Saturday, we did the Friday crossword, my attempt at a personal best. And we got down to 10 seconds. It was a really easy puzzle for me. It could have been a 9-second puzzle, but 10 seconds to complete a mini crossword. I've seen people say that they've done this before. I've never seen someone who has a video of their doing so. So that is a good feeling. That said, of course, there actually is no new puzzle today, so we'll go ahead and finish up Monday of 2 weeks ago, hopefully. That one's done. That was actually the Monday of, the 28th. We now have the Monday puzzle of October 21st. With this one done, all of the puzzles in our hopper will be this way. Clipper didn't happen, so no one took a clip of the new personal best. I did show Noms last night. It was the dumbest thing. It was definitely like, mommy, look at what I did. Before I showed her my amazing personal best crossword, I thought, oh, it's so cool, it's so exciting. And then I showed her the video, and it really is me just staring at the screen and typing in answers. It is not exciting at all. And so I apologize for showing her it after the fact. I was excited, but it was not exciting. All right. I don't recall where we were on this puzzle. I see that I've done at least all the crosses and downs once. So we'll see what happens here. Update request. So, and something is possible. I have no idea, though. Fall like dominoes. Probably Cascade is fall like dominoes. Family Guy. I mean, Dad, possibly. What's the cross? Obligations is not duties. What day was about when at the stream? Odd Blue, very kind of you to clip it for me. It was Saturday stream, so the last stream before this one. And it was probably an hour and a half in or so. I think that's right. If not, it's 2.5 hours in. Odd Blood, I really appreciate that. You are the clipping master. Because you clip things that are nice. Some of you are the clipping monster. Making things where I look stupid. Oh, outrageous. I'm going to put Dad in for Family Guy. It might be wrong. We'll see. Ball. Probably sob or cry. The S there feels better, though. Obligations. Debts instead. Okay. Achieves on merits. Let's try this earn. So shard here might be incorrect. Peppery green. Ending with an S instead. Oh, it's cress. I've never had cress, but I know it's a green also. Okay. Earn's done. Unit of purity. A carat. The issue, of course, is which spelling of carat is it for gold? I think it's a K. It's a K. A British comedian Alan. I bet it's Alan Carr. Not sure on that, though. Sunburn Salve is aloe. We like that. Funk is odor. Dozes is naps. What is this and bacon here? Dollars. Canadian bacon? I mean, thanks, I hate it. So, I actually don't understand this as dollars. I don't think I've ever used bacon to mean money, but I'm not sure. All right. Some quinoa cultures like Incas. I'm going to do 2 more and then back to the game, I promise. Chef El Wally of the Big Brunch. Yeah, no idea. Grand Prix. Last one for now. Fabric like denim. Is denim a twill or twile? I'm not sure. Oh, like bring home the bacon. Thank you. And then the U.S. calls... I've got Canadians here, so Canadians help me. What do you call this? What do you call this? In the U.S., we call this Canadian bacon. Back bacon instead. Back bacon, okay. Back bacon. Interesting. Okay, I see it. I think it's called Canadian bacon to distinguish from American bacon, which is, yeah, this kind of thing instead. And I think for the American, at least this American, back bacon feels pretty awful because I immediately think about cutting fat off of my back. So is it the case that back bacon comes from part of pig? Does it come... Back bacon is from the pork loin. Yeah, it looks kind of backy. I think Americans just don't like thinking about the animals. Just don't like thinking about like the part of the body, because then we anthropomorphize and say, oh, it's like my back. Something like that, possibly. It's just bacon. America doesn't own bacon. So I put in American bacon as a way of showing you not back bacon. Smoked pork loin. Smoked? Smoked, very good. Smoked pork loin. Showing pictures. You don't think Americans care about thinking about what kind of part of the animal it comes from? Really? I don't know. This looks different than the back bacon earlier. This looks fancier, maybe? At least to me. I have no idea. Okay, I want to know, why don't Americans say back bacon? Oh, I just now noticed the possible combination, or possible relationship between bacon and back. Interesting. Okay, I'm not seeing... There's an Australian bacon also. I'm not seeing anything here about why we don't use the word back as Americans. Who knows? Last one for now, and then back to the game, I promise. Australian bacon. So to me, this all looks basically the same. I have trouble distinguishing meats. Maybe I need them side by side. American bacon's a part of the belly. Oh, no. So I don't mean to say... why is so-called American bacon not called back bacon? What I mean is, to my knowledge, I've never been to a butcher or a meat counter at a grocery store and seen a sign that says back bacon. Now, maybe I'm just not in enough butchers, but I'm wondering why is the word not used? Now, maybe it is used. I spend very little time in butcher shops, of course. I don't know. Meat blindness is a terrible condition. It is true. Maybe there's no market for it in the States. Maybe. I mean, I'll ask you all. I am a vegetarian, it's true. Those of you who are Americans, have you ever seen back bacon, like, listed as such in a store? I don't know. Am I qualified to say what the butchers have? Yeah, I mean, the only time I go to butchers is like to order gift meat for my father. Can't recall. You've never seen it. One of you's seen it. Interesting. I should not be making generalizations about meat by any means, but I don't know. I think about more of like a word question. Right, I think of the word question as opposed to a meat question. As a former meat processor in Illinois, you don't call back bacon. Shadow, you're the channel expert on all things meat. Very good. You have heard it in restaurants. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for teaching me things about words/meat, your choice. In Iowa, it's called country bacon. Oh, good God. Another phrase enters the chat. Good seeing you, Samantha. Hope you're doing well. All right, I want to know about country bacon. This looks different. This reminds me of the coloration of jerky. So country bacon looks very similar to me of what I would call like a standard American bacon. But you said it's Iowa. Country bacon, Iowa. Okay. According to Google Images, Iowa country bacon is Slim Jims? Slim Jims? Oh yeah, there they go. Where's Macho Man Randy Savage? Oh, I was so into Slim Jims from like the age 9 to 14 or so. I would get these every single day after school. And every single time I would use his slogan, which I believe was, snap into a Slim Jim. Ooh, yeah. Is that right? Oh, man. Memories. And now, of course, this all connects to, for a while there in the US, and maybe it's still true, it seemed like bacon went on everything. Here are things to consider about bacon. Safety. I don't know. I remember seeing like this. Random pies with bacon on top. And like, I understand how this might work. Like bacon and apples could be very tasty. But it was just strange. And like part of it was like, I think McDonald's or no, what was it? It was Wendy's had a Baconator. Do they still have this? Like this does not look good to me. When I see that one at the left, like maybe when I was in my teens, it'd be the kind of thing that I would eat just to like, oh, look at me eating filth. Like if you eat this, totally cool, your call. But that's just a lot. It's good when you start, you don't feel good afterwards. Exactly right. It's just greasy in your stomach. Oh, good call. Yeah, definitely Japan has some crazy burgers. I think the Burger King here, I've shown a picture before. The Yeti burger, that might be it. Yeah. As I said earlier, the Japanese are a slight people. and yet, the great King Yeti, the 1-pounder, I did it. I did it. Oh, I think there's some bacon burger they had also. I think it was bacon based. Well, that's upsetting. Sora News, we order Whopper with 1,050 bacon strips. Capitalized on Burger King's Japan's 15 bacon strips for 100 yen. A very delightful deal. Oh my good. Oh, this is upsetting. Like, I can only imagine someone saying, that looks good, let's eat it, based on a meme. Right? There's just too much. There's just too much. They actually have a video of that. It's insane. The burger I was actually thinking of though was this burger. The 1-pound beef cheeseburger, 4 patties, nacho gas station cheese. I think some of it, to my knowledge, among the Japanese people I know, they think of Burger King, Wendy's, restaurants like that as already being in the unhealthy category. And so when there's a decision to go to the unhealthy restaurant, they tend to lean really hard into the unhealth side of things. Where I think for many Americans, this is just food. Like not the endless cheese, but they think of Burger King as just another meal. And so it doesn't feel like I'm going to go over the top with this. I'm not sure. Anyway, what a strange sidetrack we've had here. How did this even begin? Does anyone know how we got here? Who am I? How did I get here? Bacon versus Canadian bacon. Oh, it started with a crossword answer. Dollars, Canadian bacon. And then we got to what is Canadian bacon, what is back bacon, etc. Thank you. Thank you for helping with that one. Goodness gracious. Hello, Game Urchin. Hello, everyone who came into that thing. If you're still here afterwards, you deserve the CK3. Anyone who left, they do not deserve the CK3. I've heard tell of the military exploits of legendary Sicilian mercenaries. Oh, Sicilia, and passing through Agno, I am fortuitous enough to come across a highly skilled mercenary commander. Sergio claims he's the finest Sicilian swordsman in the world. This entire stream feels surreal. It's here every day. Welcome, welcome. Sergio claims he's the finest Sicilian swordsman in the world, and they'd be honored to serve for the right price. All right, he's a pretty darn good fighter here. He's arrogant and brave, my kind of guy. He wants 15 money to join me. That is not very much at all. I will absolutely give him 15. We have another character, an actual factual good knight. Now, we're up to 5 characters out of 12 possible knights. That's insane. All right, we visited the capital of the papacy. What a great phrase that one is. Welcome to Roma. At a distance, the city of Roma. Friends, would anyone mind looking up Roma tomatoes? I've had this thought before, but I don't believe I've asked it before. Are Roma tomatoes first grown in Rome? At the distance, the city of Roma is a forest of towers and a maze of stone buildings. As we approach, the scenery shifts. Ruins of monuments, walls, and ancient churches coexist with farms and grazing animals, the high and the low together. On my way through the city, I notice how the ruins have been carefully fortified by the feuding houses. In this fashion, Hadrian's mausoleum and even the Colosseum are now fortresses. My physician, Gosberto, great name, muses thoughtfully. My liege, we could spend time here to study their customs. We could try to learn what we can. We're likely to get +1 diplomacy. Let's study the remarkable buildings. I get lessons on fortifications, more fort level for my cities. That's useless. Or I do not waste time. If we do this, we gain storyteller perk for having wandered long, but no. Let's learn what we can. We become a flexible negotiator. Truces and are easier to get. Not useful. Roma tomatoes are an American creation from the 50s, from Maryland. Anyone know then why they're called Roma tomatoes? We became obese. We became no longer obese. We're teetering on that BMI line. We try very hard to make sure we've gone to the restroom before standing our scale. I wonder if Roma tomatoes were so named so people would say, oh, they must be Italian, and then would use them for their Italian dishes. Is it marketing all the way down? Probably. All right, by visiting Rome, we got ourselves a free learning perk. We already have 2 of these. So if we go to applied scholarship, our very high learning skill gives a big old bonus to knight effectiveness. I think we're going down that line. Some small part of me. This is the metagame part of me. This is not the I'm normally playing way. It says we should go seduction so we can seduce our wife. That bonus fertility might be huge. Anyway, I refuse to do that. No metagaming allowed. For now, though, all roads lead to Rome. The pilgrims flock to Rome from all over the Christian world. Some follow the Via Francigena. Others take the less well-known paths. In the end, we all converge here at St. Peter's Basilica, where the great man himself was put to rest. Standing here among the other pilgrims, I sense a feeling of solemn unity and fellowship shared by all the folks gathered here, all having overcome various trials and tribulations along the journey. I'm a little bummed we didn't hit level 2 on the walk. Nonetheless, I've walked the holy path. Hooray. Hooray. Our stress is pretty low, so I'm going to change over to altruism and see a chance to give away our money to get more piety. Anyway, look at that piety coming in. Look at that prestige coming in. Look at that renown not existing. All right. There's only so much a man can pray out looking for other equally important ways to spend time. The Pope has a lovely residence he so kindly allows me to visit. I hear some voices from one room. In so doing, it achieved the greatest technique. I peek inside and see Gorslav explaining his craft to a group of interested courtiers who eagerly follow his teachings. So Gorslav is a fine fighter. So I could say, let's hire him on. If we do that, we pick up a rivalry with the Pope, which seems hilarious. But no. Could instead try to trick him to join me, or a person is not enough to trust the fury of the Pope. Plus 10 friendship points with the Pope. Speaking of which, hello. Alright. Because I'm already wealthy, he won't give us any money. If he liked us more, gosh, he's a lot of cash. He's at 2,500. If he liked us a little bit more and we spent down our money, he would let us use the papal credit card. So if I switch to making nice with him, oh, our camp is too far away to make friends. Our diplomatic range is such garbage. I understand why that is from the perspective of you don't want adventurers being able to get contracts way over here. But this is not that far. And we're here right now. We're literally standing with the Pope. All right. Speaking of popes and such, how is the Mongol Empire going? They've expanded a little bit since we last looked. We click into they have 51,000 troops remaining. The Khan is in good shape still, only age 42, and he's invading more and more. Place your bets now on how far he'll get. I think he'll be stopped by Tartaria. This is the largest Tartaria I've seen in quite a long time. That said, it's being ruled by a child, so question mark on that one. We'll see how this goes. Alright, lost in translation. I'm in the streets of the Vatican, stopping it from a small church. The building is bland and humble. A small crowd of pilgrims gathered here. I'm moving closer and they're scratching their heads. They're so confused about the plaque in front of them. I have read plaque. I immediately thought of dental plaque. Are these spelled the same way? I guess they are. I'm not going to do etymology time, but I am curious if plaque, which goes on front of the teeth or like on the surface of the teeth, is related to a plaque which goes on the surface of an artwork. I wonder. Anyway, let's help the pilgrims. By translating well, we may become a scholar. 5% chance, never ever lucky. And other words we say occasionally. I have 2 schemes going. 568 days until we learn our mistress's language. Friends, do we seek a divorce? Okay. Unfortunately, she's a good person and I'm a bad person. The Pope dislikes her. Now again, it's not a light switch at 40, it's a dimmer switch instead. But it's been many years and we just haven't made a child of any sort. She's a great chin, and she's a lovely woman. Unfortunately, she put all of her skill points into chin and none into reproduction. It's an issue. A pilgrim puts down a votive doll before the altar, bowing her head. I see Bartholomew blessing her and muttering something in her ear. Holy, I managed to hear. The bishop makes a gesture. Do you also bring something to have blessed your captain? I can have my taper of St. David, get more durability and more piety, or have fame on the same. So it's plus durability either way. Do you want more piety or more prestige? We're ahead right now on prestige. I don't see us becoming a saint or anything, so we'll go in on the fame of that, gaining more piety on our mission. Level 2 hit at least. For first pilgrimage, not the worst thing. What's up, Nagel? As our time at the sacred site draws to an end, I'm satisfied in knowing that most, if not all, of my decisions throughout our brief but intense journey has been taken. Most has been taken to prove my devotion to the Lord and Christianity. This being my first pilgrimage, and while none of them are exactly alike, I feel confident I'm more familiar with what to expect with this type of journey in the future. Roma, I enjoyed visiting you. Thanks so much. Does the Pope like me more? And then have her fist fights. Still plus 37, unfortunately. Okay. Pay gold in exchange for forgiveness for your sin. That's only plus 15 opinion. That will not be enough to get a divorce. Are we gonna have to kill our wife? I mean, right, so the role play, the way I would normally play this game, if these weren't giants, is to say, okay, they've been together for 7 years now, they're soulmates, let's just let this thing roll along. No kid, but that's fine. Are we gonna metagame? I think the answer is no. I'm a little disappointed that our grandson, whose name is To My Best Attempt, Not a Giant, in Swedish, is not part of the main family line. And I don't believe I can adopt him into the main family line, unfortunately. Yeah. So, unfortunately, the family resort high might die here, and the sub-branch Bieliki might take over. Now, maybe I can modify that into the Resorty dynasty again. Because I'm the master of the house, keeper of the zoo, ready to relieve them of a sou or two. Ha ha! All right. I don't know if I'm the leader of the dynasty or what exactly, but we can change everything. Everything! So it looks like our house never died. That's pretty good. I'll work on that if we die without issue. As we pass through the market in Paterno, we hear a loud yell coming from a corner behind a stall, where a group of people are watching two men fight. We get closer, one of them is lifted by the other and tossed several feet away, followed by the crowd cheering and money-changing hands. Who's next? The man yells into a crowd as his eyes scan the crowd. They land on our group. His face splits into a malicious grin as he looks at us. Got it. Does male fertility drop in this game? I actually don't know, Game Urchin. I know female does really hard. I don't know if male does. I'm inspired right now by, is it Al Pacino? I believe Al Pacino had some children recently at 70-some years of age. So that is good. Plaque on teeth comes from German or Dutch placken, meaning a stain or plate. They both are calculus, namely chalk. Thank you, Possible. Thank you. The males do have fertility loss. So, Daigle, is this in game? Like, I know in the real world that's true. But is it true in game also? I assume it is. Anyway, who shall fight us? I can do it, or I can send my old man friend out. I will do it! I win! Hooray! Hooray, hooray. We need to find more grand tournaments. That is the big thing. I want our family renown to at least get to insignificant before the king dies. That is probably not going to work out, though. Possible. I appreciate you trying to help me with etymology in chat. Chat's not very good for long etymology discourse, unfortunately. Thank you for this. Thank you. I do not have a boombox yet. I didn't buy it from the awesome shop yet. My journey has changed me. It was arduous. I'm allegedly holy now. Hooray! The same with my wife's ovum are also holy, unfortunately. Okay, so what needs to happen more? A little infidelity wouldn't be unwelcome. Let's check in C team. Let's check in C team. Okay. If I were just thinking some thoughts, just a little curious about this and that. I'm looking for unmarried people, and, you know, all kinds, maybe the womankind. Oh gosh, what am I typing? Oh, it's a strange word. Okay. So this is in Diplo range. By age, please. Hello, children. So, there's a 19-year-old Russian looking for Catholics, I suppose. No, Catholicism not a big deal. So there's a Scottish woman named Sheena. She's in Oldenburg, so she's in the middle of the HRE. Now, I believe you're only allowed to have one soulmate at a time. My soul contains multitudes, ladies. So, I believe our prior queen, or current wife, has to die in order for us to invite a new person into our camp. As the issue is, to invite to camp, you can only invite heir, soulmate, best friend, or spouse. So do we try to become best friends with some random woman? The answer is probably no. Welcome, friends, to Big Brain Time. Welcome to engage in Big Brain Time. I can go to these courts. I can do a job for the ruler of the court. I can then ask for a favor from that ruler, and the favor is a marriage. I can then have my ruler cheat on his wife with the newly married giant. I then announce to the world, this new giant baby is mine, and everything is fixed. Now the question is this metagaming, or do I have a way of legitimizing this story on the roleplay side of things? Maybe you can invite other wanderers as well. Oh, really? Oh, really? I didn't know that. Thank you. But there's not a way to look for wandering, I believe. Is there? I don't think there's a way to look for wanderers. On this page, at least, which is super annoying. You're unlanded. Unlanded is not wandering. What would be the easiest way to find wandering people? Just look at each one. Unlanded, unlanded. Wandering, wandering, wandering. Can't invite to camp. Maybe just because of relationship. I'm not sure. Look for an Amazonian spouse if playing a giant. So what I'm interested in is keeping giant. And if two giants are married to each other, then when you see the fertility and incest page, there's a check mark on giant, which means that any child they produce will be a giant. Now, Amazonian's cool, right? Getting big people that way. But I don't care about muscles. I care about absolute height. Now, I'd like to remind you, what is today's stream title? healthy relationship to giant. So I think we're just going to let it ride for right now. And I feel so bad. But not everything comes to those who wait. And that's alright. Okay, earlier Venice had a job for us, unfortunately dropped off. We do want tier 2 jobs, but I can't possibly fight. And so the only two tier 2 jobs right now are fighting against the Emperor, and I want no part in that. So I think we'll just hike a little bit, head in the direction of the Byzantine Empire, because I want a clear sense of how to buy an estate here. And I just don't know. We may have to look up that mechanic in the good old Civipedia. This is not Civilization. In the good old CK3pedia. Let's go to the capital of Hungary. Let's see what we find there. Care of Master done well. That's okay. Let's go, let's go, let's go. More perks from wandering. Down to the local hero. About to get the finisher for more prowess per level of fame. Any job at all is fine, so I can get my royal tournaments, or my grand tournaments, so I can get my renown. Still at again, so we have plus 21, negative 21. I'd say 42 positive normally. We love it. Margravit, the ducal level title apparently in Steiermark. I do wonder if the Atrio falls at some point. Holy moly, England's winning. Also, in Independent Wales. Surprise seed Independent Wales. I'll be right with you. How did Wales come to be independent, I wonder? What year is it? 1204. So has it actually been independent the entire game? As didn't notice. In this time period, does Wales start independent? Is Scotland independent also? Wait, is everyone independent? Never mind. I guess we've not had the active unification yet. Anyway, Wenzel, a local captain and his officers greet me at Győr. As he wanders off, I quickly dismount and follow him through the latest siege equipment. I nod, appreciating the organized chaos I'm observing. Now, what will my lord want to do next? Wenzel looks at me expectantly. I try to spar, 88% to gain a marshal. What is that contraption? 92% chance to get a marshal. Or I want to go away. So the top one gives, along with martiality, glory. We are glorious. Hooray. Hooray. Of the people. I believe this is every time you move, what is it? Anytime you move with a cooldown of 3 months, you get, it's like 16 times your diplomacy in prestige. Might be 12 times. Whichever way, it's a lot of times. Alright. We can settle a boundary dispute. We can perform in a play. I've never seen perform in a play before. Heck yes. Or go fight. So this is a faction that's not launched yet. The Duke Mate is against the King of Hungary. Mate has 3570 troops. His leader has 26,000. You do you, fam. You do you. Let's go perform in a play. The people of Gumar are organizing a play that imitates old heroic knights. The Count Arpad is desperate to find a chivalrous knight that will satisfy their desire. Make progress in Knight of the Swan, apparently. So we won't get much of actual use here. That said, a play sounds fun. And I do kind of sort of wonder if it's possible to have a play that your character's inappropriate for. The only role is this lovely lady. Get up there. Dance for us. Dance. Alright, the market square of Gumar is busier than ever with a troop of singers doing preparations. A wooden sword? One of the children leans over the dais, making a disgusted face. Ursvit? That's enough. The Count urges her to return to his side. I told you I'd find a real hero for the play, and look who just turned up. Arpad looks directly at me. An easy windfall, wouldn't you say? Just need to impress these peasants. We can do the easiest windfall. The sooner the better, or let's have fun. Let's have fun. Alright, so we're at 30% max right now. We need a shill who will sit in the audience and laugh at our jokes. A poet to cry out beautiful adulations. Things like, Dolivar, with his acting he'll go far. He normally performs a captain, but this time he's leading the action. So come and see a wonderful play. It's only on for this day. Nice, nice. Better poem than anything Gemini could prepare. I really should just do auto-hiring when I'm just picking the top person over and over again. Alright, the scheme goes on. 99% possibility. And we've learned the language of one of our knights. We now speak Hungarian. We still need the language of our wife. We have the Magyar language. Magyar. I feel accomplished. Good job. Alright, how many more languages may we learn? Wow! We still have 4 more slots after the one that we've learned most recently. Who else in the camp speaks a language we do not speak? I love the idea of us gathering together all these people and then trying to have a multicultural, delightful little territory. We're Swedes, we speak that. We speak the language of the Northern Finn folks, speak Hungarian, Cisalpine. Teach me Italian or something, thank you. That's right, Italian or something, whatever you speak. I'm multicultural, bringing people in, DEI all the way, and then I say, whatever you speak, get telling me thank you. Low durability on my maps. We want to repair that definitely. It's one of the more important items we have. It gives safety and speed all that time. Also, we have enough money now to probably go ahead and build up the camp again. No, we need 200. Right, 200 for Pavilion level 2. I'm saving for that. I totally forgot what we were going for. It's strange the toddler's complacent. Yeah, as I mentioned before, this mechanic is very strange to me. It's based entirely on opinion. And it's possible a child's opinion can drop enough that they'll be against you. And then it's not just like having a drink, it's instead hitting their hand with a mace. It's very strange. I think it would make sense to have children excluded from the camp line, camp support line. Because the idea of a 0-year-old, like, we're hanging out. Unless there were events to give the kid toys or play with the kid to bump them up, that'd be cool. Because you can't sway a child, of course. Lines about legacy. The count with whom I'm hanging out has told me a beautiful story about how the world will remember my face. Should I insult him? Put him in his place? Thank you for the lovely poem. Everybody loves it, and so I love it too, because I follow a crowd. How's the time going by? 34%. This is Sergio. Sergio is my newest knight. He speaks Sicilian. We should probably learn that also. The Italian vulgar language. His most recent foe slumps down, panting and defeated. He enjoys wrestling and he wishes to rest me. We're still at 21. Let's do it. We've been defeated. No, we have defeated him. We gain prestige and he respects us. Or maybe got prestige just for trying. I have no idea. That event's written strangely. Hello, my wife. Please? I no longer know how to engage with you in a way that will produce children. They've gotten very, very unlucky. I mean, I think when you get the end of the soulmate events, there's an automatic lay with your wife. Though that might be the not soulmate one, but the lover one. I think if in that time we didn't produce a child, it's entirely possible that one of us is infertile. And that's okay. That's okay. Hopefully my self-created character didn't get like a surprise infertility. That'd be pretty bad. Alright, 26 days. We're at 99%. Let's do it. One moment. Ugh, my head, moans Beatrix as she rides alongside me. I raise an eyebrow in silent inquiry at the woman's exclamation. In response, she slumps down across her horse, whimpering and clutching her temples. Someone had a good night last night, without me. We can sit on it for her, we can laugh at her, we can kick her horse forward, we can leave her behind. Alright, so unfortunately, slowing down is the thing to do. That's how it goes. We seize the moment! Here's the play. I wish this play were a longer bit of reading, a longer text, given that it took months and months to actually perform in the play. Something about learning our lines. I think for many of these events, they're like contracts. I understand that the hostile scheme implies these things are happening as you get your ins and so on, but I'd love to read the story of it, at least one time. And then he slew the ferocious bear. The drums go louder, and I make my way through the stage, trying to remember every play I've ever watched. With my weapons lifted above my head, I attack the colorful puppets. The heads roll off the stage, and the audience erupts in loud cheering. Sitting on the dais, the Count Arpod nods. Hooray! We showed up, we did well, a chivalry play locally. How nice is that? As I mentioned previously, this is the other side of the events you can have as a landed person. You can throw a play to make your lover happy, perhaps. Okay, so now may I ask this guy for a grand tournament? He's already busy in a hunt. We can hold on that until he gets back. Up there's a faction. Over here's a boundary dispute. How much money for doing this one? It's now pure greed. 71. Let's do it. And then soon, once the war's over here, we'll join the Byzantine Empire and see how much it costs to start a family there. Arbitration of the crumbling walls. No one is paying taxes to fix the walls. Very sad. I could say, I will resolve this. I'm likely to fail. I can invite my knight to help out. She'll move away for between 4 and 8 years to fix it. I can ask Valenti, one of my officers, to figure out. He's likely to succeed, or I can solve anything, get stressed out. Valenti, you figured out. Oh, paradox. Oh, paradox. As someone who likes words, it's paradoxical I continue to play paradox games. Position as my head porter. Good. Mayor Coronel's happy enough with our solution, gladly handing over his coin. Position as my head porter. Good job, team. 31 money, not the big success, but a little more. And I think it was a mirror, unfortunately, so we're not going to be able to get the local grand tournaments. Down here, Passage of Arms. I don't know what that means. The bridge of Barnea remains unprotected. A show of force is necessary to keep bandits away. The Count will reward whoever dissuades them. Sure. Yeah, I do think that the Wandering Nobles pack has given more story to the Wandering, because the first time we played Wandering Noble in Road to Power, it was so repetitive. This is a lot better. The Count smiles with cold intent as he makes his way through my camp. Wonderful morning we have here, he starts. Perfect chance to show the ruffians the true value of a true knight. You see, there's a bridge that goes right into Barnea. All manners of miscreants, fools, and idiots hang out there. Someone should take care of this. I could say I'll break 300 lances, or it will take a couple days, which means forever, or to the bridge. Do it fast. Let's break the lances necessary. Let's auto-invite people. It fills up. It'll hit 100 in a long time. A Daigle, see you later. Thanks for hanging out. All you folks hanging out on your Sunday evening, Monday morning, I appreciate it so much. It is the case that I know for many of you, this is your last bit of relaxation before the week starts, and I appreciate it. I'm glad that you found a place on the whole internet to visit me, to feel our relaxation, see some CK3, all pretty good. And I wander outside the camp, I come across a clearing of a forest with colorful berries adorning the bushes. I have not seen them before. They look so tantalizingly delicious. It would take my followers less than an hour to pick them all. Could these be a much-needed gift from God or a trick from Fortuna? Life's an adventure, let's try. Possibly everyone in the camp will get ill, or let's survive out them. I feel lucky. I ate poison. Every single person is now ill. Brutal. Brutal. Any giant children yet? Nope, we've kind of given up on that. Give us 41, it could still happen, but I think we're saying our boy here, our grandson, will be the heir, assuming he does not die right now. Resort, you fool. Luckily, our ill physician is ready to help us. It's a basic illness. Give us a warm compress. It helps. What did he do? He gave us an enema. That's fine. Good work. Thanks for keeping the old man alive. Yeah, our health is still good at age 70. Will this character live to 100? That's always the question. I believe there are certain places we can go to get health extensions. Hunts are one of them. Feasts another. Past that, not sure. Managed to go for a hike. We haven't done a hike yet. Count Arpod is back now. I can ask him for the grand tournament. I don't know how long till launch it, but going to the grand tournament would be, you know, grand. Probably to finish this event first, though. Probably. Alright, we're going to speed up the game and see who all dies. We are working on learning the language by hearing a pleasant bit of prattle with a local godless antagonist. And Firm, she's on the ground. I discern she's offering a warm welcome, but the finer speech is lost on me. Be it as it may, I wave away my attendant companions and return a joyful greeting. I can hardly imagine a more excellent chance to practice Italian vulgar. Yeah, I definitely understand waving away your attentive companions. Yesterday when I was practicing my languages, it was much easier for me to do so when my wife, a competent speaker, wasn't around. Because it's really great when she will explain to me the finer points of the language. It's wonderful when she will sit and talk with me. But when I'm trying to talk with or work with something else, I have this feeling she's constantly judging me. Perhaps. Golden Sook, thanks for that Prime sub. I'm glad you're enjoying being here. Thanks for supporting the channel with your Bezos bucks. Super kind. Alright, let's have a chit-chat with nice lady. Or I'm feeling feisty. We engage in a debate, or join us on our journey. Were she not infirm, I might invite her along, but no. Let's try to have a little debate. It works! We gain 171 days of progress. Hey, only 39 days to go on Beatrix, and 222 days on Italian. We're wandering, we're rambling, we're ruined. We find a random building, we look at it, and find nothing. That's the third search in this playthrough, and the third nothing, despite the fact it has a 25% chance of finding something, I believe. Friends, we've learned the Saxon language. We can finally talk to our wife. Woo! It helps us not at all. We have another open language slot. Our cook is very sad not to have good food. He would like us to help him out. Luckily, as a glutton, we can always find more food. Only 82, but that's better than nothing, surely. What was I gonna do? I don't recall what I was gonna do. I mean, I obviously want to have... I was gonna find a new language to learn. That's what it was. To the camp! Who else speaks strange languages we do not know? How about Sicilian? Do you all speak, Vulgar Latin? You do. How about you? Cisalpine. You speak Italian Vulgar also. We may have run out of languages in the camp to learn. So, time to find other people nearby. You're Czech. Teach me Czech. Surely a useful language. Please don't die. Is my physician gaining tons of experience points with everyone sick? There it is. Holy moly! My physician is 100% the doctor. That's wonderful. Good job, you. Very proud of you. Speaking of pride, my physician makes us whole once more. Good job, physician. One of our bodyguards must have died. We'll grab a new one. Also, Wandering perk with the final level. This gives us more prowess per fame. Also, stress loss, blah, 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 whatever. So, we're at 18 now, despite the negative 23. Oh, we're trying. And we learned the language of the Italian fellow. Hooray! Hooray! No! I mean, yes. Fate smiles upon me. My wife, the Mistress Beatrix, is bearing my child. Do you have a lover? It's me. There's no way. There's no way this will work out. Okay, we're bracing ourselves for all the negative outcomes. Actually speaking her language. Cobblestorm, thank you for the subscription for the baby. Not necessarily my child, it's true. I immediately wondered, does she have a lover? She has me. She has me as wonderful. You imagine a guy around the camp with this intonation? Oh, right, I should say, of course you're pregnant. Let me get the cigars for the boys. Okay, she's 2 months in. I am so happy. Beatrix and the Sicilian are becoming closer. Don't you dare. If we end up with a non-giant, we know something went wrong. Cecile is an asset to my contract, providing skill, wisdom, and guidance as best as she can at every turn. More recently, that's meant offering to help tutor me, in an offer to improve our chances. She will tutor me in prowess. If I learn 2 points, or if I learn to get 2 points, if I fail, she gets a level in stress. Please teach me. She does. No stress. Up to 20 again. Waiting for that grand tournament. Plenty in common. Valenti and the Sicilian are becoming friends. That's wonderful. By encouraging them to be friends, they're actually angry with me for pestering them. 100%. Panting, I tap my horse on the back. Easy now. It's over. Guarding the bridge has become my only task in the past fortnight. Armor shining under the moon. A sea of broken lances that have been pushed to one side is a testament of my performance. Dolivar, the Count greets me, sending some men to pick up the spoils. What a sight. Does anyone understand this event? Have we used lances to beat up peasants? Have we repeatedly engaged in jousting on the bridge? What are the broken lances? Anyway, good job. Let's go home. I have no idea. And when home, will we see a grand tournament soon to launch? Okay, we're now home. That's Mare. Mare guy may have gold, thank you. 150 money from random Mare. 150 money. Oh, you can only request a grand tournament every once in a while. So I wonder if I missed the grand tournament I asked for up here. Maybe I was holding the bridge and jousting when we came across. That makes sense, I guess. We have 400 money. Ooh-wee. We can upgrade our pavilion to level 2. Another men-at-armed regiment. Safer, more building slots. Everything to the good. Wow. Okay. I'd like to go on a hike for the first time ever. Set out on a solitary expedition to the hidden corners of the realm. This is us clearing our mind before we go to have a child. Last bit of freedom before the kid shows up in 1 month. We're hiking locally. How long does this take? Let's learn to be a storyteller. Let's bring our wife along. May I bring my wife along? I may. Let's have the baby out in the wilderness. Perfect. Now what do we do? A short hike or a long hike? Let's do a long hike, sweetie. All right. Fred's been another hour. It's now 12 o'clock my time. 2 hours of stream left before I gotta go get ready for teaching and maybe go to the gym. We'll see. For now, though, thank you for being here. 3-minute ad break, a little crossword, and then back to maybe having a child. If the child is sick, my heart's gonna break. There's a baby on the way at age 42. Age 42. Craziness, craziness, craziness. Cannot believe it. Very happy, though. All right, 1 second. Sorry, YouTube. Destinations people might speed to briefly. Speed to the IRS. Voice, so to speak, could be one's pipes. Oh, you speed to the ER, the emergency room. Absolutely. Very good. ERS. Bendable at connection points, maybe. It is indeed jointed. Cool. Food distribution giant, it's Cisco. Yeah, Cisco's a big company that provides like cafeteria food to universities and to prisons and corporations and everything in between in the US. Baptiste with the 2021 album We Are. Well, it's Jean Baptiste. I know Jean Baptiste. I may have misread the down initially. Not sure. Made a round trip. No idea. The down, though, is a bit of eye cream. Probably a dab will do ya. What's the down here? Surface for a dashed line. Just on the road, of course. So, made a round trip. Arced? Possibly. Euros. French something. So each of these italicized question marks are a country name and then a word for money. Beats. I believe art is right. That seems good. A comedian, Mort, who hosted the first Grammys. Is it really Mort Saul? I said it couldn't be. So I screwed up big whoop. Assumey. It is Mort Saul indeed. It's great. Not even close. Cold, like playing hot and cold. Those of you not in the US, is this a game that you play also or know how to play when you're a kid? Like you're looking for something hidden and you move around the room a little bit and the person who knows what the item is will say, warmer, colder, you're getting hot. Oh, you're ice cold. You're in Antarctica. Oh, you're on the surface of the moon, indicating your proximity to the hidden thing. Is this a worldwide phenomenon or only a US phenomenon? Vegetables used to represent whips at satyrs. Oh, I said beets before, it surely leaks. Record once held by someone else. So it could be a used CD. With record, though, I want used LP. IV units. I thought were cubic centimeters. You played it in Oz also? All right, so it is a game. It is a game that's played at least in other places. I wonder in places that don't speak English, is there a similar game? So if it were used LPs or even EPs, I think IV units really are cubic centimeters. Are they milliliters? Pretty sure CCs. We'll see eventually. What's the LD here, though? Bloodwork letters. Bloodwork letters. I don't know that, unfortunately. Okay. Type of subatomic particle made up of quarks. No idea. No idea at all. A she, they pronouns? I mean, possibly. Possibly. Overused. 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 Tattoos may be designed around them. I mean, icons, possibly? Don't know about that. Piece of contact info slangily. So this one was actually in the New York Times yesterday. I hate it so much. What's a piece of contact info? Your ADDY, ADDY. Do the youth actually say that? Like, hey, what's your ADDY? Or my ADDY is 123 Main Street. Thanks, I hate it. Publications, there's something to peer review. Peer review, probably books of some sort. So Chinese cabbage is another kind of money phrase. Oh, cliche is overused. LDL, I think it's some kind of cholesterol, possibly. Cliche, rather. The ad break is over. Let's look at this one then done. Like Lisboetias and Madrileños, Iberians, I guess. Peer review or update request any news. Oh, peers, other people in your group. Look at, or your year, I guess. Look at your yearbooks. Awesome. Progress being made. We will get back to this in an hour or so. It's French bread. Praise for fretting. A fingerboard on a guitar. Feeling fidgety is antsy. Oh, is a hadron? Like a large hadron thing? Unskippable ads. There you go. There you go. Whew. And with that, friends, we've completed the backlog. Like Large Hadron Collider. It is a C word. Nice. Nice. So, next break in about an hour or so, we're going to have to go into the Wayback Machine and find a puzzle for like 2018 to do. That's going to be great. Can't wait for that. It's going to be good. So happy to see all of those tabs disappear. I think today we started with 4 or 5 puzzles to do. Pretty good. I like that, Agellius. I look forward to using a mountain giant name for a kid born in the mountains. Hopefully the kid is born. I really am ready for tragedy on this one, but 1 month. We are wandering. My retinue and I finally arrived at Estergom, and just for a moment, I'm taken in by the view. The hills were adorned by delicate frost and snow stretching into the distance. I hope this be a moment to relax from the stress of court, but it's colder than I thought it would be. Am I getting punished for going to the mountains in the winter? I didn't even think about this. Welcome to us freezing to death. Hope that I brought clothes. What an idiot. All right, our level of fame goes up. We're exalted among all of mankind. 1 second with you. Okay, as of right now, we don't know of any legends. I'm guessing that legends may only be available to landed people. I was curious about that earlier and forgot to look. Anyway, after a long day of walking through the valleys around Esragom, I suddenly find a quiet pond in the middle of the wilderness. Besides some quiet birds drinking by the water, there's not a single man or beast to be seen. We sit down by the waters, rest our feet. I hear my wife let out a heavy sigh. Is that the sigh of birth? What's the breathing? Hee hee ha? Hee hee ha? Okay. 9 months. Oh, Beatrix, you've been so brave, so strong. Words cannot describe my love for you. And now we have a perfect little son. Who will you become, my child, and what shall I call you? Our Agellius here had names in Swedish for mountain giant. Bergjate looks more pronounceable to me of the two. Mountain Giant, our boy. Are playing the game with just base or DLC? We have all the DLC active right now. Welcome to channel, Mist. Or my stim, not sure which one. Oh man. I'm amazed we get to keep the Mountain Giant line alive. He has the big giant shield already. Please grow big, please grow strong. He's a believer. At age 0, he believes in things. He's somewhat zealous and will join more holy wars. Immediately, we educate the child. Cat. So our current heir is our 8-year-old grandson. I can't designate him as heir while he's a child. Okay, I wonder if there'll be a change in who the heir is in a moment or two here. If not, we'll have to see what to do with the grandson. As we settle in for the night, we see the whole sky light up with the stars. It's one of the clearest nights we've seen since we left Erstgum. It's quiet, not a sound to be heard, be it from the people or the animals. It's like the hills are holding their breath as we're taking in the night sky. I should go to bed and get rest for the morning, but maybe I can stay up another hour or two. I do wonder if there are different hike events in different biomes. I hope so. I'll remember this day as long as I live. We gain more fame for storytelling. Nice. Was there actually a succession law here? Oldest child inherits. Under camp succession, the camp title will be given to your oldest child or next closest relative who's also a courtier who does not hold titles. He's my grandson. So oldest child would be the mountain giant. I can't designate him until he's an adult. Do I have to choose favorite child under personal schemes on New Sun? That's a good question. Looking like no. There it is. Pre-selected character to showcase the potential next playable character. I've never used this. All their kids are big cranky. Here we go. All children lose opinion. That's my boy. We'll see what kind of boy he ends up being. I'll probably end up shifting the focus of the camp to whatever he's into. I can't wait. We found a natural arc in the wilds. Natural arch in the wilds. We continue up the slope slowly, one step at a time. It's been a long day. I feel my thighs burning. I'm only trying to focus on putting one foot in front of the other at this point. Do you all know the song 1 Foot? I think it's called that, by Fun, period. I like the band Fun so much. I know they're like a supergroup that exists only occasionally, but Fun is so fun for me. It's a band I put on when I'm feeling a little bit down. The energy of their music is so enlivening for me. So good. Anyway, putting one foot in front of the other at this point, when one guard helps me the last couple of steps. Suddenly, we find ourselves on a ledge, and I can see the valley stretching up below us, a tapestry of green and brown. I'd completely missed how far up we'd come due to exhaustion and the strain of the journey, but now it's all worth it. What a sight for sore eyes, etc. How's the kid doing? The kid's at the camp. I wonder if we have to be at the camp to interact with him and make him our heir, possibly. Despite my many expectations, this day has unfolded in an overwhelmingly quaint and quiet manner. Initially, I found myself perking up at every sight and sound. However, as time passed, nothing stood out as particularly memorable. My attention has begun to wane. This happens for me on hikes also. Right? Initially, I'm just so delighted to be out in nature, so delighted to see the trees, to feel the air, to see the mountains. After a while, I just kind of want to get back home. I think if I were hiking to some particular goal, like let's get to this inn up on the mountain, or let's get to this restaurant out there, it was more motivating. For me, though, when it's like the big loop hike, we set out for a while and then want to get back to the car, it's a little less inspiring, possibly. That said, I'm enjoying spending time with Beatrix. Nothing of importance comes up, it's enjoyable nonetheless. We have a nice time with our wife. I don't think we'll get any more kids. Now that she's 43, it feels very unlikely, but you know. We'll see what happens. What a good life. Age 70, still feeling fine. Crazy. Cecile, the one who I'm striving to emulate in my endeavor to learn Czech-Slovian, started sending correspondence to me of late. I've gotten several letters where she lauds my efforts to learn the language, calling it respectable and admirable. feels good to get recognition for this hard work. Scribes, right back. I don't even attempt to write my own letter. I order someone to do so instead. Her handwriting is interesting, or bah, I don't care. Send her a note saying thank you so very, very much. Cat. Good stuff. As I make my way to the edge of a poor weather area, I suddenly see a sight moving at the edge of vision. For a second, it clears up. I see a completely white row looking back at me. My thoughts scramble from the few stories I've heard about the enigmatic mythical animal. As it stands there right in front of me. As quickly as it appeared, it vanishes back in the snow. By my side, I hear Beatrix let out a sigh of relief. It must be mine. Friends, we have to move here and do the legendary hunt forever. We're already here. Hunting is needed. What generation am I on? This is the first generation of this playthrough. We started in the last time period with a character that we created. My first time ever creating a character. Friends, this is my second time ever seeing a legendary hunt. I've never accomplished it. Maybe today we will though. Ooh-wee. With one last step, I finally leave the hills here. I look back one last time, reminiscing about the journey in the hills. This place offered a brief escape from the duties. It was a modest comfort, but a comfort nonetheless. With a heart calmer than it has been in a while, I finally bid farewell. Time to head home. We lost so much stress. We gained a ton of fame for reasons I don't fully understand. Look how famous we are, seeing the mountain. But good job, team. Saw some nice things. We return home at once. We're basically full on provisions. Maybe 1 second before we hunt. Okay, we can ask for a grand tournament in today. Can't request until 4 March 1207. It's 4 March 1207. Wait, is this bugged? It's saying you can't request on whatever day it is over and over again. Who knows? That said, more important than all that, number one, what's our succession line look like now? It's still on our grandson. Obviously, we can disinherit the child, but that's like not a great idea. We're just going to wait for adulthood here, I believe. We'll see how it goes. Favorite kid, though, great time. I would like to have a hunt. A legendary hunt, if you please. It's right here. What gives me the best chance? I need 128 money for the best chance. Is there a mission right here I can go steal from people? We don't have a master of the hunt. We've never hunted before. I can go sell an artifact, possibly. Did we kill a legendary beast last time? No, I've never killed a legendary beast. It's been terrible. Okay, I don't want to sell anything I have here. The prize ring, though, is the least interesting as right now, because we do have very, very high prestige for a wanderer. Kind of have to hope for money. I don't think so. He doesn't like us quite enough, I'm fairly sure. He's only plus 35, unfortunately. Oh, a patron. That's what we call. Hello, Count. Hello, Count. 210 money. That is the dumbest interaction ever. I always forget they give such stupid amounts of money. When I say dumbest, I mean most amazing. It's a good way to get big money on your adventurers, but still feels a little silly, comma man. All right, the legendary hunt, hiring a giant flushing gang. We got what we got. Is there anything that boosts the chance of a hunt? I don't think so. We have mellow journeys now. But no. No, no, no. That's fine. Let's go. Oh yeah, intent helps. Slaying the beast. Absolutely. 13% chance. Yep. Yep. I have no rights to hunt here in his valleys. I must purchase the rights to do so, unless I'm seeing an outlaw and a poacher. Of course, if I were to secure the rights, I'd not be allowed to bring down any animal I wish. We buy the rights, getting much higher success chance. Much higher, I mean 28. Got 10 points for that one. I wonder if there's a building I can build that would increase hunting chance. We're obviously busy building right now, but I'm just curious. So on the baggage train, for example, is there a hunting thing I should have gotten? Huntsman officer is better hunt success chance. So proficient trackers would have done it, unfortunately. I made the wrong choice. You want a gallows bait? Maybe. Joseph assembles the party as the sun rises over the hunting grounds nestled in the slopes. My many gameskeeper and flushers have been pouring over the area for its tracks and its fumes. They haven't found anything yet, but I can feel it. The elusive creature out there somewhere. We hunt the white roe. I'm amazed to see that prestige is merely mediocre on hunting a legendary animal, but that's fine. It's only a roe, I guess. Okay, 1 second. We are here. What is the language of local lord while I'm hanging out here? Difficult language. We'll try our best. What language it is? It's the language of the French, actually. I don't know how to say it. I would say droit vulgar, but I have no idea if that's said right. Learned man does not know Latin. My lord, there's the roe. My wife Beatrix gestures me to follow her to the leafy bushes. We're hitting the slope. She tugs my shirt over her head. This is the kind of event we'd really enjoy, were we needing a child still. Now, it does give a huge health bonus for 5 years. Or the roe. We have that child. What about the roe? 31%! So low. So low, I'm singing alone. My party and I stalk through the copse, eyes peeled for a roe. From the canopy above, I hear a little twittering. Growing louder as we could advance right now. Alright, what increases success chance? Put it back. Leave everything as it is. All I want is the roe. Singular focus. Monomania. My huntsmen say they know the place the beast is, and the nearby water holes and grazings the roe frequents. It's by no means easy thing to do. If we carefully creep on the buck, we can maybe catch it unawares. So stealth, or hunters corner their prey. By stealth, we will probably miss it. But we're trying. As Joseph and I pad on foot over troublesome ground, I almost jump out of my skin with the sound of an almighty yelp. My knight has fallen into a concealed pit trap, which now holds his leg in place. He howls in pain at these damn commoners. Alright, so if I call for my physician, he will definitely be healed, but success goes down. I leave him in a trap. Success stays the same. After hours of riding, scouring every corner of the slopes, I'm forced to admit defeat to the fading lights. The white road disappeared like a spirit the moment we saw it, leaving no trace behind. The distant calls of the roe taunt me across the darkening landscape. What a failure we are. What an absolute terrible contributor to the hunt. That said, we had some Wienator points. Hooray. When may I hunt again? Because I'm considering sitting here for years if need be. We can hunt again in... Let's see the cooldown. There. 22 months. 22 months. So in that time, I believe we have a second hunt opportunity here as we hunted right away. I'm not sure on that. In that time, we can go do a quick event here or there, regaling the court with a lovely story of what we've done. And we can maybe also, let's see, we can probably also get the huntsman recruited. For now, though, speak of Hungarian and worldly affairs and no reward. All with tales to tell are cordially invited to enjoy the hospitality. We do an exceptional success, we get a bunch of money, we ask for even more money, I expect. Here we go. New events all the way. This is a good DLC. Definitely the combination of Roads to Power, which gave the Adventurer perk, or the Adventurer possibility playstyle, as well as the really fantastic additional events, has been great. I think this pair of DLCs is really, really nicely constructed. They're coming out too regularly, of course, but I'm much more happy with the Adventurer pack than any DLC before. And I have no idea what the next CK3 DLC is. Fingers crossed, though, that it's not romance, thank you. A settled ruler wants to host someone like me for gifts and decent lodgings. Mercenaries like ours provide entertainment, intelligence, and a suitable distraction for the courtiers. That's if my followers and I can earn our keep. Alright, we're here to earn. We tell some stories. 100% is the top. Okay, 22 months. Starting in May is before May, March of 1209. We have to be back, I believe. The good thing is the one that came out last week is free. So Garrus, I believe it's free if you bought the like the bundle. I think it's $4.99 if you bought it by itself. Maybe $3.99. I can't remember which one. Gossip is happening. Elaramo, 49-year-old man. Our physician, I believe. No, he's not. He comes forward being told he's awful in some sense. We agree with the accusations or leave it alone. We leave it alone. Camp gossip is not my problem at all. Top speed for now. Mysteries of the Scriptures. My grandson and his friend Donut, hello Donut, have taken a copy of Scripture from the study and brought it to the playroom. They spent hours trying to understand what's written on its pages, talking about Christ and the many mysteries of the divine. May I send you to the Holy Order? Needs martial traits. If he's 10, I can try to make him take vows. Unfortunately, he's the primary heir, so he's really not going to want to do so. Huh. Well, enjoy your humility. A religious gentleman. I'd love to keep him around the camp. I just can't have him being the leader. Dinner at the Count's court is an ideal time to impress his courtiers with my dashing escapades. The happier they are, the fatter my purse become. Of course, this calls less for subtle wit and more for stories of grand endeavors, replete with heroism and villainy, accurately or otherwise. I have a 95% chance to tell a story. I can express my reputation, I can make a tall tale, or I can steal the roles. As much as we love food, we love telling stories more. I have charmed someone. Everyone's impressed by my nonsense. Fantastic. If he marries out of camp, will it remove him from succession? That's a good point, Agellius. It is possible he would. Because I believe it's the case that succession must be in camp. I don't know. I'm still confused that oldest child inherits. Again, our oldest child is Briate. Because this person's a grandson. And grandson is not child. His being ward might cause it? I have no idea. I'm deeply confused. My oldest child is Cole. True, but Cole is dead. And so wouldn't it then be... Oh! It follows Cole's line. Does it follow Cole's line? Yeah, I guess it's... Well, I guess so. Yeah, it's child of child. You're absolutely right. That's very annoying. It's very annoying. But of course you're right. Favorite child gives options. Yeah, I think unfortunately with favorite child, as of right now, we have to wait until Kiddo's an adult to do anything. Yeah, as a child, I can't designate the heir, unfortunately. We'll see what comes of favorite child. Yeah, I'd like for us not to kill a child. It's metagaming. So far, we've not metagamed much, except for the part where we forced giant marriages over and over again. That's pretty bad. December of 1207. Let me make sure I have the date right on this thing. We can next hunt when? Legendary right there. 15 months to go. Crimes of passion. Oanja and Cecile are amongst each other. Something unaudible was witnessed. A blind rage occurred. A weapon is drawn. I intervene. I get him to settle down. I get a wandering perk for my trouble. Also, we've learned the language of Czech-Slavonian. Nice. Nice. Okay. So, in wandering, hello. This man looks amazing. If I were a CK3 character, I would want to look like this man, absolutely. I'll be right with you. However, I will give you anything you want. Right. An inspector lowers danger in a special type of terrain. Inspector seems mostly about not struggling so much. Create travel itineraries. I love that. It's mostly about lack of danger out there. So we're gonna do Voyager, I think. Let's have organized camps. Waste less food. All right, beloved person, what's going on with you? Spy master, pretending to be a learned farmer. During our stay at the Count's court, we've done our best to meet our remit of entertaining and occupying his retainers. It seems we may have done the job a little too well, as two of the courtiers have privately approached me, asking to take on with our camp. William is most keen, but Eunice Wallace was not far behind. Doubtless the Count would not allow both to depart, but maybe we could take one of them. So we can take this guy, his spy master, or we can take this fellow, a confident knight. So 16 and some diplomacy, or 21 intrigue and some diplomacy. Come along, William, you look amazing. You should probably not be a knight, but for now, you get to wear the armor. Any adult man, and Cecilia gets the armor for sure. How's it going? It's speeding along nicely. All of our agents have good abilities. We have an open slot also. The fellow we just hired, what language does he speak, I wonder? Hello to you, good sir with glasses. Hello. English? English? We're learning the language of the French and the English. What I really need, of course, is Greek. So I can go talk to the Basilius, possibly. Okay, unfortunately, English is our last language, it seems. Actually, no. We'll have French be our last language. Why on earth did I think we had 7 for language limit? We could move to diplomacy tree and possibly get another language, but I'm not sure. Anyway, a moment, Captain. William stopped me to survey the encampment. He's still breathing heavily when he addresses me, observing 2 courtiers, chatting in hushed whispers. Do not think your efforts go unnoted. The men admire you, children pretend to be you, and the whole camp thinks you're the greatest man alive. So William has just joined us, and he's already engaged in buttering us up. No good. There's a word for engaging in this kind of behavior, and I can't think of it right now. I use the word toadying often. Sucking up is often used frequently. Being a yes man. There's some word that I know somewhere inside of me. Anyone know what it is? Sycophantic is a good word also, but it's not what I'm looking for. Brown nosing? No, it's some awkward Latin word, I believe. or Latin derivation. Apple polishing, no, it's a single word. Who knows? Anyway, you're right, I am great. Prestigious schemer, what's that do? We'll start with a higher chance of getting our personal schemes done. What a great display of loyalty. Be my guest to join the current mission, or make sure everyone knows I'm great. Be my guest. He's joining the current scheme, get it done faster. Okay, we're going to the Thesaurus. Go into the Thesaurus, just for a moment. Lickspittle, hey, good seeing you. Nairo, no. It's not that, but I appreciate the thought for sure. The Saurus, my favorite dinosaur. Okay. Similar to toadying. Obsequious I like very much, but not it. Ingratiating, no. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Maybe I'm imagining there's a word. Maybe. Kowtowing? No. I never use the word kowtow. It's perhaps, well, can't write any of the words today. That's fine. That's fine. Let's play our video games. It might be appropriative. Kowtowing. Fawning? Nah. Nah. I appreciate you all are very, very good at coming up with words. But that's not the one I want, unfortunately. Unctuous is a good word? Yeah. Doesn't the unctuous mean, like, covered in oil? Slimy in some sense? I think I might be right. But no. A professor said it once of me years ago. He said, you've already learned the skill of whatever this was. I find the word so delightful, whatever it was, but I forgot right now. Oleaginous, also covered in fat, I suppose. All right, we have about a year or so, 3/4 of the year to get back home. Come on. Need one more key. Yes-siree. I'm really hoping that the legendary hunt achieves. 60 days. Come on, unlock this thing. Adulator? Nah. A shadow at court. How great it is our wife is here with us. She is pretty great. She's an enviable companion with skill, access, and proximity. Subtle gains are best. We then get agents at heart, more scheme growth, future potential good, base success increases, or more advantages. I'll take the advantage right now. In 50 days we launch it, that's good. The White Stag! No! The elusive beast comes to me in a dream. Are we bald? Have we been bald for the past 31 years and I didn't notice? Because the character's head was partially cut off in Character Creator? There's no way we've been bald this whole time. There's no way. Anyway, I've taken off my wig and imagine the White Stag. We get focused on the hunt. More prowess, cool. Also, I meant to be building the huntsman thing. Good old huntsman thing. Proficient trackers, 7 months to build it. It's gonna be close. I missed an opportunity to do that. I had hair in character creation. I think I did. They were fully bald at age 71. Plausible. Can we see how much longer there's a bonus here to the legendary sighting? 23rd April 2010 or 12/10. I'm allowed to hunt here. Oh, there's a countdown timer on both my own hunting. Oh no, misread. Shoot. I can hunt there until 23rd April 2010. So I'm gonna have time for one more hunt. Got it. Interactions from Mayor. How about some money? 116. Quite a bit, thank you. Can the landed person steal legendary hunt? I don't know. I don't know if legendary hunts are just for one person or if they're for the entire world, I suppose. upgrade the Huskarls repeatedly. Now we need to go to city and fill those more. Filling up the men-at-arms finally. That's your birthday bag of legendary for you. I'll try my best. What in the what is this? A disease pops up where we are. Our beautiful boy immediately catches measles. The treatment has given him a huge boost to health. Oh, cruel world. Well, we'll see. Success, not big success. Straight to church holding, absolutely. Arpin's courtiers have practically swooned over the party and I these past months. Day after day, night after night, we filled their heads with fantastical stories and our bellies with rich fare, leaving a good count more than satisfied with our performance. Still, all good things will come to an end. We leave on a high note. Thanks for the money. Get out of here. Ah! My greatest joy has become my greatest pain. What could we have done differently? I mean, it adds to the story the same way in which spending a year and a half in prison. Oh, man. Who all? So one person has died of the measles. That's our child. This game today has brought me to the peaks of elation and the nadir of despair. That's okay. We have a grandson. This is fine. Beautiful. This is pretty bad for us. At least we still have each other. Sickness and pestilence continues a harrowing march through Dalaver's Inquisitors, laying low peasant and noble alike. That brutal, indiscriminate truth rarely lays itself bare until moments like these. My stomach twists and writhes in silent agony as the body of my son, Bergjate, is borne past me. Physicians and healers worked from dawn to dusk to save him, but their grim faces told everyone more than they say. So young, so full of promise, so much a giant, so many more left to die like this. Rest in peace, little buddy. Okay. I'm very glad to see that other people here have measles. If the disease had worked like a sniper to only kill my son, I'd have been pretty bummed. I mean, I am pretty bummed. That said, my wife's having a good time. Woo! I get up in the early morning, cannot help letting out a loud yawn. Stretching, I make my way out of the tent to see people are moving about. My wife is off to fish as a way of jamming down her heartache. It's a nice day for fishing. Beatrice becomes our friend. We enjoy hanging out. Soulmate and friend. Hooray. I made a friend. Soulmate feels like it should be a friend already, but gosh, what do I know? I'm gonna mark. Show me when the hunt is ready. because that's essential. Don't miss it. Hey, the Asharai have Caliph Uthman their head of faith. Well done, sir. Not super learned, but if you say so, enjoy the caliphate. Okay. I am breathing as hard as I can to push out all of the bad feelings. Again, the metagame thing to do would be to go find a new wife, to hopefully create more giants, but no, we'll take the story for this one. Friends, the Mongol Empire doth continue. Still 55,000 strength. How far will they get? They're staying on the northern line so far. Will they attack Sweden? Always the fun part of the game. Grave news has reached me. Someone's trying to kill my caravan master. Who would do such a thing? Is it Countess Margareta, the Heinrich Doctor of Mark? Some random Dutch lady? Is that possible? Oh, is the Khan infirm? Oh, you're saying it's not an infirm Khan. That's true. Last Khan was infirm. While hilarious, also kind of strange. Empty crates. You do see we have so much food. The food's not very tasty, though. Alright. We forage for berries. That's fine. Not gonna poach right now. Ah. Okay. It's okay. Can I make you my favorite child now? I cannot. Alright. He's a pilgrim already. He's humble and bossy. That's unfortunate. He's going to become a holy warrior. I guess for us. I'm not going to send him off anywhere. So how long again was this? The legendary hunt is here until 23 April 1210. So it's not a huge hurry. I can wait till my trackers are done. They'll be done in March 1209. I'll then appoint someone to be our tracker guy. And maybe that will work out. We'll see. We can visit the castle. I can use this to refill my men-at-arms. So let's go visit the castle. There's some scruffy Hungarians hanging out. I can say, gosh, I'm pretty fancy. We'll get 80% reinforcement. Join me in service of Catholicism, 60, or some bartering. For 1,400 food, we get fully refilled. Cool. People are arguing here. I pick up the name Solomon. As the accusatory men depart, I follow them down an alleyway. He immediately starts unloading animal carcasses from a shabby cart, muttering, "One noble loses life on your watch, and how am I supposed to know the wine was?" He slams his fist in the cart, frustrated. "What do you want? I couldn't even give a flipping plant alive." I invite him to join us. He becomes a bodyguard. See these muscles? I'd protect you. You would join us also. Join me and restore your reputation. So in any case here, he must become my bodyguard. Alright, I show off the muscles, he joins us. At 21, he should become a knight instantaneously. Not sure why he did not become a knight instantaneously. Let's figure that one out. There we go. Had to force him, no worries there. Alright, I believe we're done for here for now. We can go train its big money. Hello, grandson. You are what we got right now. Okay, so our men-at-arms are to 517. Our army is 5 times larger than previously. And unfortunately, we don't get levies. All we get are more and more upgraded troops. I guess we'll upgrade again. Fine. I wish we had an easy way to get more artifacts. I think treasure maps will do it. The Prince Bishop is quite impressed. I'm learning the language of France. He starts sending me correspondence on the same. We send him a note of appreciation. We have a 95% chance of successfully learning his language. And friends, the hunt is up. I just spent money on something. Why did I do that? It's 120 for the big hunt, isn't it? Ah! Resorty, you fool. 128. That's pretty dumb of me. Pretty dumb of me. Anyone nearby have money for me? Lots of contracts to do. PayPal credit card, probably not. Negative 80 still, because I am wealthy. So were I not wealthy, he would give me, would only be off by 6 points. It's only 100 money, so it's not worth spending down to get that. No, I have no head tracker yet. Thanks for remembering that. Sergio gives a bonus there. Yeah, that was unfortunate. That was unfortunate. Solicit Charity is a fairly long event. Oh, also, Northern Italy has exploded. Maybe it always was independent. I can't remember. Oh. So what's the difference if we don't have the fancy group? Does it show percentages or only... No. So we're at somewhat increase versus market increase. No, none of the patrons are available. I already took all their money. Now, there may be a patron somewhere else I can go talk to, but that's a waste of time, possibly. Let's see. Roll of patrons. I think it's actually in the camp. Show me the roll of patrons. There they are. Yeah. So these three, and Treviso, Bexa, and Ambert, would be able to give us money. These both say I can ask for money on May of 1209. Also, we've learned Dual Vulgar. Dual Vulgar, rather. So apparently in 2 months. Now, they don't like me very much. Oh, incidentally, Salomon here wants to fall in love with Glennis, the illegitimate albino. I'm going to say no on that one, unfortunately. I need to keep my money. So that they don't like me, I think they may not give me money. Purchase land. Fancy. I wonder if I need to purchase land in the Byzantine Empire. I've used her favors quite a few times. That is absolutely true. It's absolutely true. Alright, it's only a few days, then we may ask again. I have a scheme to sway him. It takes forever, though, unfortunately. It takes 300 days. I don't have 300 days, unfortunately. Alone in the kitchen! My grandson was with me. He promised to clean the pots, but he ate all the food instead. Gluttonous or lazy or compassionate. You're gonna be a good kid. Have a positive virtue. He'll give me money. He'll give me money. This mechanic is so silly. Friends are rich. Friends are rich. My patrons dislike me profoundly right now. I have no idea what the negative consequence that is. Because I think they'll still give me jobs. I don't know. Okay, here we go. We have a huntsman. We have fleshing gangs. We're focusing on slaying the beast. This is the best shot we're going to have. What? Recent hunt, negative 80? Well, I didn't know that was a thing. Boy howdy. I don't see this working out, folks. We'll give it a shot. I have no right to hunt here. Don't worry, I already paid my dues. Still 10. Will we get even 15 this time? Oh, man. I wonder how long that cooldown is. Anyone know how long the cooldown is on Recently Hunted? Because it doesn't show up on the page here. It doesn't show up as a effect to the county, or barony rather. Brutal. We've assembled the party. I feel it. The beast will be mine. There's a chance. We're in a merry, merry Christmas. We're making progress tracking the White Row. We're interrupted by a haggard and sleepless woman. Beware! Beware the beast! I've been seeking the White Row for years all over the hills. It's vicious. It thirsts only for human flesh. Get out. This is my burden to bear. Tell me everything you know. We have a 90% chance of success chance going up. Gain a little stress. She tells me everything she knows. 10% chance. I'm actually amazed. Let's see here. 40 plus 12 is 52. 62. 62 plus 18 is 80, right? Yeah, 80. We're definitely more than plus 10 on the things that are listed there. So I don't know why it's still showing only 10. Huh. Possibly I can't math. I've been fumbling on the hills for hours. The White Row haunts my dreams. Always out of reach. But then I see it up on an embankment, barking and poisoning the sun, mocking me. This object of fixation brings me nothing but rage in my every waking moment. I can't help but feel like this is just another dream and I'm wide awake. Take the shot or know it can't be real. Unforeseen consequences. So is that my grandson there? Hey! Well, thank you. I loose my arrow and watch as it flies over the embankment. I swear I hear a cry of pain, but I can't be sure. I rush over to the source and find Sergio's lifeless body with an arrow in his skull. I feel my skin grow cold, my limbs weak. How could I have done such a thing? He looks nothing like the White Row. I got confused. Hello, yo bro, or yo-yo bro. Suit and tie? Absolutely. Absolutely. So I do wonder if there was some possibility there of killing the White Row, or if that event is always you kill some random person. Alright, we have critical stress levels now. Luckily, we have a healthy skill, an adaptive skill. Instead of eating everything, we can write things in our journal, lowering ourselves to stress level 0 again. May I appoint a new huntsman? Who wants to get shot next? Alright, very good, very good. Very good. My huntsman had pointed out a secluded clearing downwind of the Beast's Covert. A perfect place to form our bow line and await the row. A fine chance to practice in archery. We got this. We got this. We got this. We don't got this. As some, once again, so it seems like every event we're having a negative, someone gets stuck in the traps. So I'm gonna help the guy. But still. Oh no! I'm forced to admit defeat in the fading light. Once again, friends, we did not kill legendary creatures. Maybe one of these days we will. The hunt is over. The adventure's over. The chance is over. We will never kill that beast. That's fine, though. Our larger goal in the playthrough is to make our way into the Byzantine Empire and become a... what's the word? Become a lovely, important family. I'm going to check the achievements real quick, see if there's anything else easy to pick up. Use a claim throne, fancy. Have a lover save us. The accursed stone one. Okay. Inbred. Some of these feel real bad. We hate them. I've still not finished Falconer. The number of times I said on this character I'm going to finish Falconer, and it's just not worked out, is kind of breaking my heart. Couldn't if I tried. etc. Upgrade the state to level 5. I'd love to do that once we have one. Co-Emperor. Yeah, this is what we're going for. Start from the bottom, now we're the ERE. But. Friends, our hour has passed. It is now 1 p.m. here in Resortyville. Become a dominant family in Byzantium. I'm surprised we didn't get that on our last Byzantium playthrough. Anyway, friends, it's time for a quick little ad break. Let's go and check out the crossword. Thank you for being here. Hope you're having a good time. Thanks for watching the ads, or at least tolerating the ad break. They do help my stream quite a bit. Bill Nasty asked, do I prefer wandering or landed gameplay? I like both of them, which I realize is like a cop-out answer, but it feels to me like it is just like completely different game styles, to the point that I don't know how to think about which one I prefer. I guess in some measure I prefer the wandering because it's new to me. And I'm not sure to say past that. Okay, I don't recall what page we've gone through. Last time we spent an entire ad break looking for the correct page. Page 102 is 2020. We're going for farther back than that. Page 162, no such thing? I assume no such thing, fine. The Wandering is fun to watch, thank you. Is the Wandering fun to watch because it's new, Grubzilla, or is it because there's something like distinctively interesting about it? Or why do you, or what? I guess I should ask everyone. Let's do a poll. Anytime I have a question, let's do a poll here. So, do you prefer ... landed gameplay? And for this I mean for streaming, not for playing yourself. Wandering gameplay. All the same to me. Okay, please vote. Push that button. Once upon a time, I would only ask questions in chat. It's like, oh, you have to type your answer. But I realize for many of you, it's easier to push the button than much of anything else. Okay, I think I'm going to have to just push the next page for a while here. And I wish I remembered which one I'd done. I think it's like in March, maybe? Oh, man. Have I done this one? I just choose a random one for today. Here's a random puzzle from 2019. Here we go. Concert merch formerly. So no longer this, but something else than before. I don't know, like LPs maybe. Who knows? All right. Cries noisily. Maybe whales, we'll see. Crude dwelling. I don't know, a hut. The word teepee feels very mean. How about a cave? The X-ray technician's protective garment. This is a lead vest, I believe. All right. All the same to me, say half of you. Of the other ones who chose, it's roughly half and half. So, very well. Lead vest is wrong. It is a singular here, so it's not lead vest. Lead coat. I'm going to leave lead in, we'll see for sure. Lab dish inventor, Mr. Petrie probably. Largest Spanish-speaking country by area. Something South America, I assume. Brazil is Portuguese. Maybe Venezuela? Does that fit? Venezuela. Maybe. Though WZ looks very strange. Things to avoid clicking. Scams. Ads. Destroy the world button. I have no idea. Off one's plate, perhaps. So spilled. I think off one's plate can also mean like losing one's mind. This isn't a joke. Be real. Serious. No idea. Driver who crosses the line. I mean, like mini driver. Maybe. I mean, obviously, like someone who swerves. Is the word swerver a word? I hate it, but maybe it is. George Plays Twitch. Thank you for genuinely 1 full year of subscribing. 1 full year of watching the crossword puzzle. Thanks for being with us, friend. Hope you're having a lovely time. Always good at seeing you. Good being with you. And happy Monday for you, friend. All right. So it looks like the majority of what we're trying to do right now just requires us to go hang out in the Byzantine Empire and see how it goes. So So having failed tremendously at our fine quest to find ourselves a legendary beast, let's move to the Byzantines and see if we can figure out how to become landed in the Byzantine Empire and then build a mighty family. Only problem with that, our mighty family has 2 people in it. Once upon a time, we had 3 people in the family, but then some bad things happened. Can I adopt more lowborns into the family? Is this doable? You're not lowborn. You're lowborn. You can adopt them in as successor only. That's not going to do it. Unfortunately. Alright, let's get rolling down to a duchy. Ducal is the nearest duchy, or maybe I'm not seeing ducal titles. I don't know the duchy level tiles here at all, so we'll choose this one and hope for the best. Alright. Now we move. We have 1 open slot. Try to make nice with someone in the camp, possibly, or maybe with the Emperor? Let's see. Just 1 child dislikes me. Very well. Very well. The Song of King Andros. Something new from Wandering Nobles. As we travel to the outskirts of Seamantornia, we suddenly see a jovial man in the distance, jumping, dancing, singing to himself. He seems like quite the character. Would you like to hear some of me songs about Andros the swine of the Hungarian court? He yells at me as soon as we get within shouting distance. Before we have time to answer, he starts singing a merry tune about the depravity of King Andros. I'm trying to think of rhymes that are not terribly offensive, but still depraved. Let's see here. No, we're not going to do it. Tell me of the king! We learn a secret. We didn't learn a secret. There's only a chance to learn a secret. That's fine. Whatever. Not a big deal. Welcome to a new territory. We become of the people for traveling. Now, how do I interact with the Byzantine Empire? I saw earlier a buy territory event. Purchase land. Bargain gold for a title to establish a landed ruler. If I were going to be a title claimant, sure we'll call it that, of the Byzantine Empire, where do I want to come from? I mean, Philippolis is huge. Always fun being Greek. Athens is a mess right now. I guess we'll go to Philippolis. So who is the Duke in this area? There is no Duke. At least there is. He's right here. So we'll move to there, and then we'll ask for some land. And I do not know how that works. Never done it before. I feel a little bad, though. I feel a little bad because we've only gotten so far on our building up our camp. Like, this is giving up the adventure part of the playthrough. What is this game? What even is this game? My mood, my heart, my mind, I can't handle this. She's 45. We are 72 years old. We have to be sure we do not walk into a plague. Come on, you can do it, sweetie! As we continue through Eloch, my eyes catches a common grave. No. Still no grave robbering this time. I think next time we do a wandering playthrough, I should go ahead and do the gallows bait playthrough and see what happens. As the days pass, I hear nothing of the white stag. I grow restless. Surely someone must have seen it. Where are the peasants in the hills? We've moved so far away, friends. We've moved so far away from where the white stag was. We must still know, though. I can send a missive. I can send Valenti or not sink that low. Send the missive. Methiv? Send the methiv. Hey, more wandering. All right, Journey Planner. 1 second. Journey Planner, more Diplo range, or mercenary cheaper. Also get a private army. A mixed group of lesser knights and local mercenaries to ensure a quick and safe yet affordable journey. So usually the mercenary hiring is 25 money, I believe. I wonder how much it is. All right. If you rob graves, you don't get gallows bait. Oh, I'm sure you don't. It's my internal sense of, am I a gallows bait? Even if no one sees the stealing, does the stealing exist? You know. You know what you've done. Alright, let's see here. The campfire crackles, illuminating a man of God. His name is Dumitriu the Heathen Fundat. There's a lot of marks there, unfortunately. For a kid to be 16 to inherit the camp, our guy has to stay alive until he's 87 years old. It's going to happen. We're going for 100. Going for 100. We do not have the recently blessed, so we need to go to a church holding. We also should probably try to do a feast, maybe something like that. Anyway, the man of God wants to join us. He's Orthodox, but sure, let's stay. He joins for a while. I can't convert him. He's a zealot, but he's part of the local faith. That's nice. Age 100 giant is very, very, very unlikely to work out. Monarchy regent. The problem is not who will look after the child. The problem is this grandson is currently the heir. And as of right now, I can't force the potential kid to become an heir. We'll see. 6 more months. Are we staying Catholic? No, we'll probably convert to Orthodox eventually. I don't want to do it on this Catholic Swede, but we'll see eventually what happens. It's a fine day. We see a lovely pasture. Let's see if we can't help here. Improve things for them. Got some more experience points. With a giant child, I'm not sure we should immediately become landed, but maybe we should. Maybe we should. I see there are peasant uprisings happening right now. This one right here is what? More of the people also. Hunt some criminals. I don't think I've seen this one recently. So sure. Let's have the old man hunt some criminals. Be on the lookout for renegades and reprobates. Hunting the back roads. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Bring me her head. This is an amazing character. Phyllis the Loyal. A poacher nun. Very, very sneaky. Now, all of her bad person points are in poacher. Can we change back and forth from landed to unlanded? Yes, I've never done that. But yeah. You can pick any children to be your heir as a wanderer. So earlier it said I couldn't. Earlier it said that I couldn't designate this kiddo until he was 18. Maybe it's different with the new kid. We'll see. All right, hunt down Phyllis the Loyal. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Off we go. We have to hike all the way around, I believe. Wait, what? Oh, we hunt her down here, then drop it off here? That's so awkward. Like, I understand they're adjacent counties, but because there's a mountain, they're not adjacent counties. We first meet Phyllis the Loyal in the lofty mountains of Kron. Dulliver's inquisitors spread out towards and around her own little band. All of us tensed and ready for bloodshed. Come now! Ah, there he is! Booms Phyllis as she elbows her way to the front of the throng. The little lost lord who thinks he'll cut me down to size. Well, come then, Dolliver. Here I am. Phyllis can't win here, and she knows it. At least not openly. If they can just run beyond my grasp, we can engage her in a duel to the death. Or single ambush. We'll likely get 1 point. Or you know, I can use a woman like you. Alright, it is time for a duel to the death. We're an old man, but a strong man. I probably shouldn't have done this. Anyway, for a few brief moments, Phyllis and I pace in lazy half circles, each watching for an opening. I lift my prized mace, ready to defend myself, while she clutches some random sword firmly to hand. Only one of us is walking away from here today, and I intend to be me. We can only make it to 100 years old if we make it to 73 years old, I suppose. She's 32. With a sudden twitch, our bout begins. Phyllis! Screamed. She screamed out her own name, and her name is Phyllis. I don't mean to be rude. Like, is she supposed to crowd her family name, and she doesn't have one? She screamed Phyllis. I guess it's like Pikachu, whirling her sword fiercely at me. We can do our expert onslaughts. We can overwhelm her right away, or I can make fun of her, engage in a disheartening speech. Normal attack. I leap into action, launching a flurry of rapid thumps, driving myself hard into her guard, wearing her down with each expertly timed strike. Well aware she's utterly outmatched, she hurls up at me bodily, forcing me backwards with all the desperation of the doomed. This is one of those cases where the novice defeats the expert, because this is a movie of her life. A blow from the mace, kick to the guts. Whammo! With a crushing thwack of the mace, I send Phyllis reeling backwards, then step into the blow and kick her in the chest. Before I know it, Phyllis is somehow inside my guard, her sword speeding towards my heart. It's only by the narrowest of margins I dodge backwards. My form is deteriorating fast, with numerous exploitable gaps. And Phyllis's stance is formidable. I've yet to open my opponent's guard at all. I see no way to claim victory. What the heck just happened? We were ahead by so much. I leap into action, launching a flurry of rapid thumps, drive myself hard against her guard, wearing her down with each expertly timed strike. Phyllis stays stock still, seemingly hoping I'll just throw it on my mace. My form is decent, hers is failing. My opponent is holding off blows well, but she seems close to faltering. A big strike. You have died. Prowess means nothing. Nothing. That's okay. That's okay, team. Don't you worry. This is indeed Phyllis's biography movie, her biopic. I wield my sword with expertise and grace, but even an expert makes a mistake. In the middle of a calculatedly risky quick slash, my opponent gets in a solid, powerful cleave to my stomach, tearing open the fragile flesh and sloppily spilling my guts to the ground. I slip in the mess of my own intestines, tripping backwards with a scream, body aflame with anguish. The coup de grace can't come fast enough. 29 intrigue is no joke. I guess I don't know how the different talents interact with dueling. Because I really thought that prowess means they're more likely to survive and perform well in duels. I really thought that prowess was the important skill when it comes to duels. There's no mention of intrigue in duels, but maybe that does matter. I have no idea. Gerhog! You've died. Captain Dolliver of Dolliver's Inquisitors rests in the arms of the Lord at 72 years of age. Had we not taken that duel, which was so stupid of me, I got cocky. I got overconfident. Friends, it's time for the remainder of the playthrough to be humble, to be calm, to take no risks. For the remainder of this playthrough, we're cowards. That's fine. He was slain by Phyllis the Loyal in a duel. A zealous man, he fought for the glory of God against the heathens in one of the greatest holy wars of recent history. The Captain Intajate steps forward as a leader. Having mastered many skills, he's sure to be admired by his followers. Cool. Cool. My camp is here now. Very good. All right. Hello, child. Good to see you. You're learning martiality from I don't know who. Let's fix that. Best martial, you boss. Very good. Okay. So, I need to change his insignia, because it upsets me that his dynasty is wrong. So, could anyone give me the umlaut, please? I need the umlaut, please. If not, I'll look it up, no worries. Okay, family resortee, very good. Adjust this thing. How do I get rid of this? Thank you, George. Thank you, German friends. Okay, Giants Uber Alles. Very good. Alright, how do I change this? Well, obviously we want none of these, so these all go blank. But there's some way to indicate... Here it is. Here it's not. Pattern. No. Oh, the background pattern may not be changed in adjusted mode. Okay, we got it, don't you worry. So we want to go to just the green giant. How do I stop being Foursquare? Is that doable? Cadet branch quartering. Thank you. Thank you. Very good. This is fine. It was a yellow background, I believe. Looking for figures, I believe. Yes. Primary color was yellow. Awesome. And then green. Nope. Yellow and then brown for secondary. Perfect. And the background was color green. Green. That's it. We fixed it. We fixed it. We fixed it. Okay. Everything repaired. Yes. Okay. Are we going to make metagame to not get married so our character has a giant uncle's leader? I mean, I kind of would like that. I kind of would like his heir. Do we not get to see heirs? We have no heir. Okay, I need to find... Wait, where is it? That's our father. She has not produced a child yet. Friends, it's possible we're naming this kid Dolivar after his now deceased father. or maybe like Dalvar's Folly, I'm not sure. But this child shall lead us in 4 months. For right now, we are literally a kid. How on earth does a child run this thing? Like, are people angry possibly? They're being led by a child. They don't care. Yeah, definitely there's no negative for being a child. You're a little bit cranky because you're definitely the wrong religion. I'm going to throw you out. Have a nice life. Okay. With that done, everyone's neutral right now. Surely you can't take contract with a child. Fine question. Contract available. A passage of arm. Escort an emissary. Do a passage of arms. Oh, I want to know how much money it is to buy a title. Hello, friend. Procure estate. This is the thing I need to get in order to become a fancy family. Gain a domicile and a noble family title within an administrative realm, becoming an unlanded administrative vassal to the top liege. That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. Now, I don't know if the imperial title requires someone to be landed beforehand, or is it just any family can get it? Basically, the male preference acclamation. Under acclamation succession, the empire title and its associated holdings will be inherited by a candidate with highest score. The pool of candidates includes the realm's noble families, governors, their family members, as well as adventurers who claim the title. Yeah, I believe that one can become a noble family while unlanded. It might be much easier to do so landed, but that'd be a bit of fun. Because I think the achievement itself does not say you must become landed. Though again, it might be easier to do so. Yeah, just buy an estate and lead your line to become emperors. Now, this does not say as an adventurer, as a starting as an adventurer and maintaining your being an adventurer. But I am curious. I am curious how that actually works. So I'm going to go and pull up the Google and see, do you have to have adventure tag still? Started from the bottom. Cat. How in God's name do you do it? Oh, because you can buy the estate for apparently 1,000 gold. Perimeter point limits, became emperor, achievement didn't pop. Maybe a game rule? There's an achievement for winning a claim to a kingdom or empire as an adventurer. Oh, cool, Game Merchant. That's cool. Let me figure out how we earn that claim. But yeah, definitely worth checking out. Thank you. Where are we? But a title on a strategy game match. Never done that one still. Claim title. I should do that at some point. Always forget about that. I don't see it right now. That's okay. That's okay. We have our goals currently. You bought an estate from the Emperor, then got the theme and schemed to become Emperor, got the achievement. Yeah, I think if any way you become Emperor is fine. Okay. I think we're probably going to have to turn into... a Orthodox person, so they like me enough to give me land and so on. It is bizarre that I can take a contract as a child. There seems to be like no regency as a kid. This is definitely leading the Children's Crusade. A noble envoy of Tauromarchus needs protection from bandits and accident. Welcomes the aid of experienced travelers. We have 17 in personal combat right now. It's insane. All right. 60 money if we take him where we're going. Let's do it. A delegation from Tauromarchus Theokitsia Burgus saunters to the flaps of my great tent. Greetings, adventurer, speaks an envoy. Many of the roads of this world and treacherous. You work for Bargus. My liege will pay well for expertise. I, Count Argisator of Burgus, and most loyal servant of Tauromarchus. Is her word must carry to Dorahoy to the hall of Count Dumatru. Alright, this buddy is coming along. Is that right? Yes. Do what we can. We'll arrive safely and swiftly. The whole camp's coming, obviously. Alright, bunch of danger on the way. So much danger. So ideally we want to scout for talent, but maybe not. Mountains. Low opinion. This is a heck of a walk. We have enough food barely. But, man. Man. We're not allowed to go to castles as a child. Of the many things we can do, going to a castle is not one of them. So no buying food for us. Well, I'm going to ban the cadre. I feel bad about that, but I can't go that far with no food. Man, not being able to send someone inside to get food is definitely a bit of a harshing of what we're trying to do here. The passive arms we can do, though. Get some money, get some food. Hooray! Scout for talent. Get some mercenaries. 20 money doesn't feel great. Okay, let's go. And, oh man, it feels so strange being a character without all the lovely perks we had a moment ago. Probably keep building. So, Pavilion 2, we don't have a new slot here. Alright, what do we want? What would be good? Lowering stress, more prowess speeds the schemes. Roaring Campfire gives better night effectiveness, we love that. Proving Ground, better men-at-arms. Or Camp Perimeter, more defense. Let's take the Campfire. Gotta keep upgrading bit by bit. My boy, it's in your hands. Gotta get married at some point, also. Or we just accept that this guy's gonna die without issue to get a giant renegade again. We'll see. If we adopt grandmother as our heir, it puts our unborn uncle ahead of our own children's succession. we love the way you talk. we love the words you say. Gosh, we'll see. Gosh, we'll see what happens. 6 months to go! I'm not allowed to adopt her successor right now because she's traveling and doesn't like me very much. Different culture. That's like, kick to follow her out! So previously she was cool with Swedes, namely her husband. Anyway, it is time for us to defend this bridge! Our first time ever doing a scheme. The child is not an agent, but I'm sure he's helping anyway. None in my camp are... so strange. How old are you? 11. None in my camp are intimately familiar with the terrain in Itos, and such lands are not to be trifled with. It's for this reason I find myself a local guide. Let's have a local guide. It's no joke up there, she offers, drawing air through gritted teeth, a theatrically worried gesture. You'll need out of these maps for my services, I can tell you that for free. She's right, but there's something about her demeanor that makes me hesitate. I could pay her 50 money to join us. She's bad. I can ask for some maps, which I assume stack. How much is it, though? 50 money again. I can ask her to help us through, or I don't care. I say I don't care. The second map would be cool. I prefer to have other items that are more beneficial, perhaps. We wander wildly for a moment. We're moving, right? We're moving soon? Well, you can't see this, but I'd like to show you the how many days until we get where we're going. 21 days, 20 days, 21 days, 20 days. Alright, appears to maybe bugged. That's exciting. That said, my follower Beatrix gave birth to a son. His name is Ingmar, and he is indeed a giant. He must be the heir. We name after his dad, which is Dalamar, I believe. Dalavar, sorry. And he will someday rule us. What a lovely child you are. Can we educate him? Or but a child, but probably not. No, definitely not. Hooray, giants! Very good. That said, we have a bigger issue, friends. I can't go home. We accepted a contract. Why are you stuck? Anyway, a figure stumbles in. His name is Diogenes, and he is in fact an egg. This egg would like to join us. Hello, Eggman. So we can get more men-at-armed regiments. 25 soldiers in each. We're not quite full on host girls, so sure, let's do that. Welcome! Awesome. May customize the route, get it moving. We'll see what happens. 22 days. 22 days. Okay, can I abandon the contract? I mean, it feels bad, man, but being stuck in place is absolutely unacceptable. So we're heading home now. You solved it above by doing Camp Revelry. Maybe I should have done that instead, but kind of annoying. Okay. So, may we now adopt our uncle? No, because he's part of the same dynasty. There we go. Dalabar Resorti is now our heir. We didn't do anything, just waited a little while. We'll keep an eye on him. Pin him up top. Our mother's pin still. Or our aunt, I suppose. Our great aunt. However that works. Okay. What are we doing now? If we convert... Can I do that? How does one convert to local religion? You speak Greek? You speak Greek. Teach us Greek, please. I don't know. Did they fix being able to move while during a scheme? Drew, I'm not sure if they did. It was very silly earlier, though, when they were able to do a scheme way up here while moving way down. In a church holding will do it? Okay. There's a decision also. Not seeing the decision. I see convert to local culture, but... Man, I wonder which of these major adventure decisions my prior character could have done. If he was close on any of them. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Alright, we are once again looking around. We find a random ruin. We discover a small trinket. 1 learning and 1 prestige. Good job, bucko. You're better at hunting than your dear old great uncle was. More learning and prestige. A small bell beaker. Bell beaker with an intricate pattern. Nice. That's nice. Camp Rover is a good way to improve atmosphere in camp. I appreciate that. Earlier, our atmosphere was great. Well, I guess going the wrong direction. The man we recruited recently is not liking us so much. I only have 1 scheme at a time, unfortunately, so... What's your issue? It's just that we have religious problems here. Okay. Let's go visit a church briefly. Are there any churches nearby? That's a city. Churches? Okay. Bishopric over there. One here also. I may have chosen the least religious area in the entire world. Oh, I wonder if I can go inside. As a child, we may not be able to go inside. We can't go into castles, at least. May I go worship? I may not. No children allowed. If they're gonna let the kid run the band, it feels to me like you'd also be allowed to go into places, clearly. Well, time for more missions. Let's go, let's go. Oh, I didn't need that captain. Learn a language while walking along. We missed... Walking along, we meet a woman named Phyllis the Loyal. This is outrageous. The game is rubbing my face into Phyllis the Loyal. Frankly outrageous. Anyway, we have a chance to practice some Greek. Thanks for the conversation. I can't murder her. You can't murder her until she's 14, or you're 14 years old. Nothing notable's happened in her life. Yeah. She's a poacher and a bandit and a murderer. All right. This is strange. So this is the protect a bridge mission, but it says perform in a play. I guess to a 12-year-old it's all play, but still. All right, we have lots of strong people still. We'll get 100% eventually. Cecile does not like me. What's your language, boss? Check all the way. Must kill Phyllis one of these days. Of course. Means to an end? I sit in the barber's tent, letting the sounds and smells of the camp wash over me. It's different from a life in the safe walls of a palace, so very different. The freedom is easy to enjoy, no obligations, etc. What do I do? Do I want land? Do I enjoy my life out here? Or keep my options open? We're a flexible leader. Hooray, better and better at leading our armies. We're a child just like Jeanne d'Arc. Oh, no. I was gonna say Joan of Arc was added into this game. That's not true though. What game was it we played recently? We played some game for one day, I believe, in which Joan of Arc was a possible start. Oh, it's Ara History Untold. Yeah, I'm going back and forth on Ara. It's a Civ game, or Civ-like game if you've not seen it before. I think I enjoyed it. But I don't think I enjoyed it enough to play it over a Paradox game. Which is an awful thing to say. Right? You shouldn't compare all things to Paradox. It'd be like, oh, I won't go to listen to an indie band at the local bar because I could listen to Taylor Swift. Something like that. My knight Solomon wants us to help him pay the dowry for Alexandra. Wrong religion will cause problems. It's 56 money to help. I can't afford that, so not my problem. We're compassionate. We feel bad. We're not giving all of our money, but that's how it goes. Man, think ahead, Paradox Games. EU5, Project Caesar. It's going to be such a strange time in Paradoxville. Because it'll be an updated release of a game that so many people love so much, and that I've played very, very little of. I'm hoping the game is radically different, and I hope it maintains the standard EU4 economy focus. But it looks like there are going to be so many different wonderful mechanics from all the other Paradox games baked into it. I hope they have a good launch, man. It has been so frustrating in the past. And when I say frustrating for me, I realize a bigger problem than just me. It's been so frustrating, though, in the past couple years, how many Paradox games or Paradox published games have just kind of, I don't know, exploded on launch. Yeah. I think City Skylines 2 is probably the one that comes to mind most of all, though we can name others. I really hope EU5 gets the good launch. Anyway, I've said previously that this event comes up way too often, that the innkeeper doesn't want us to stay with them. It seems like no matter how high a character's prestige is, there still seems being a ragtag type. It'd be great if there were another event on the other side of the road. The innkeeper welcomes you in and offers a discounted rate, but you say no, I'll pay full price because I don't want to harm the peasantry. Anyway, our stress increases again to 73 out of 100. Do we have any anti-stress decisions? Nothing currently. Nothing currently. Might make sense at some point for us to go hunt or something. I call it high prestige. No, not the current prestige. I was thinking though about the prior character who had really high prestige and still got that event regularly. I should have said high and low both, of course. What is this character's goal in life? What is your motivation other than to hold the throne and keep it warm until your uncle comes of age? How's old uncle doing? Hello, buddy. So no special perks yet. That's okay. Doing contracts. Doing a scheme. Can't really do much else. We'll go top speed for a bit. It's 1211. About 200 years to pull off this achievement. Plenty of time, I'm sure. Just need to really get money coming in. If it's actually 1,000 money to buy an estate, we got problems. I'm sorry, what? Alright. This is one of those events that we saw happen in our mid-50s. Oof! I find myself making such noises when sitting at the campfire in the evening now. The elders always talk about how it happened to get older, but I'm only 13. No, such is the wear and tear of a life lived rough. I can see the toll to others. My great aunt winces a bit as she slumps down next to me. We can go to an inn and buy some beds. We could try to buy more luxurious furnishing or soldier on. We'll go hit the spare beds for now. Bizarre. The Child Preacher. This is a good event. This is the addition to childhood events that were put in, I don't know, a year or so ago. Absolutely love it. I watched my raucous follower Cornelia talk to some other children about God. They were laughing and leering at her for a while before the pushing began. Despite the mockery, she tried to keep up the lesson until the first blow landed. I can protect her, becoming brave. Let's stop and talk, become calm, or is this how you treat someone preaching my word? Become zealous. We're brave. Hooray. Good job, kid. While still children, Cornelia saved us from being beaten by a group of rowdy youths. Oh, is that how she tells the story? I believe we're the brave one who may have saved her, but I don't know. Children have fuzzy memories sometimes. A shadow at the court. We're delighted that Cecile is with us and helping us. An enviable combination of skill, acts, and proximity provides us with many opportunities to exploit her. Subtle gains are the best. 30 seconds to go, or 30 days to go, and then we can execute our scheme. Do the passive arms, make some money. For what purpose, I do not know. 13, 12, 11. There we go. 1 second. Scheme execution first. Seize the moment. Big success. Holding a spear. Doing the exact same outcome as when we're adults, so long path ahead, heading on home. An old monk decides to visit us. His name is Ogden the Bearded. He's unlikely to stay with us, so please tell us your stories. Gain some Wander XP, even though we're not wandering even a little bit. Okay, up to $100 dues. So with that, we can now... What's the Roaring Campfire do? Camp Reverie now is check out. The upgrades to it include poets and fools and lots of ways to have some good fun. But for now, let's go to the baggage train. We only have one unlock slot there. On the pavilion, there's nothing to upgrade either. How the pavilions had a modification to like kinds of rooms. That's estates, actually. Are we gonna have an estate and a pavilion soon? That's gonna be crazy. Can't wait, can't wait. Okay, so the local duke here. I guess we could try to have our estate in the capital. I believe there's some bonus for doing so. Okay, level of fame must be 2. So we just need to run in circles and do a job for him at least. Leave the estate, your pavilion gets destroyed. No! I was hoping we'd have a wandering camp and the estate. Because you can stay as an unlanded person with an estate. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. Let's go move our way to the capital and hang out for a while. I don't need the guards. Here we go. Probably should stop Passage of Arms and helped again, but... Hey, we learned the language of Greek. This will absolutely help us. Now people who are around here like us a little bit more. All good, all good. We can't stop at that point. There's no halt the wagon, I don't believe. We abort travel. Does abort travel move us back to the beginning? Or do we stop right here? Hey, we stop right here. I actually didn't know that. So, we're going to protect yet another bridge. I'll break all the lances. And now we wait. We started a new personal scheme. So how's the Basilius feel about me? He is +1. He wants a different religion. He likes that we speak Greek. Alright, we can try to sway him. More rightly, I should be swaying in my own house first. Must make the local people like me. Our friend and our father's bodyguard both like us fine. Salomon's not feeling it today. He's heartbroken. We didn't give him money to help didn't give him money to help bring his beloved to town. Alright, this is our uncle. Gotta make sure he likes snuff. You can't sway children, of course. Gotta be 14 to murder. Can't sway the children. Mother doesn't like me very much. Thought if anyone would like us, Mother would, but perhaps not. Perhaps not. Okay. Back to waiting. Friends, it's been a good day. Only have a few minutes left on stream. But that's okay. It's been a fun one. Tomorrow, definitely more of this playthrough. Tomorrow, our goal is to become landed. Or not landed. To become estated instead. Once again, they complain about the food we have. They want meat. We don't allow them to do that, of course. No poaching in these lands. We're not a gallows bait. Friends are so fickle and prone to betrayal, but never has my dearest friend ever betrayed me. My favorite toy is more than just a toy to me. He is my best friend. However, my guardian Brage has been insisting I cast my best friend aside and spend time with real children and properly socialize. He doesn't understand what a sweet toy means to me. What is my toy? What is my toy? Is it my sword? Is it my shield? Is my toy this mace? I have no idea. Or I could say I'm too old for him now. Is this sarcastic? Because this sounds like I'm giving up my toy. But then the man who told me to get my toy gets a grudge on me. I understand getting the stress, but the stress is I don't really want to give up my toy. Or I'll never abandon my best friend. I might become vengeful, forgiving, or shy. The grudge started. What? Dear Paradox. Dear Paradox. I couldn't believe it. One moment my best friend was there, cradled my arms. The next he was wrestled into Brage's brutish palms. Like Satan himself, he cackled and hoisted him in the air before promptly slamming him to the ground, leaving him little more than a splintered mess on the floor. I wept for my beloved best friend, frantically trying to piece him back together. It was no good. I've just witnessed a murder. One day I'll do the same back. I must forgive him, or I'm never outside again. Let's learn forgiveness despite it being our first stress break. Guilt and shame been plaguing me as of late. All of my sins, my flaws, my failings. These dark thoughts distract me from responsibilities and keep me awake at night. I must do something to put an end to mental anguish. I can beat myself, I can give to charity, or I can be strong. We're gonna be strong. We got 5 years to fix that one. I must be strong. I've got to carry on. Okay, when this is done, we'll hunt or hike or something to burn our stress off. 89 is good enough. Seize the moments. Success. We protected the bridge once more. All right. Now, back home. My mother likes us more. I believe she's moved into the I no longer hate you, son line here. So we'll move then to our physician. Gotta have him on Team Resorty. Okay. So, lowering stress. Hunt, you are a child. Does this mean I cannot hunt? You wouldn't dare say I can't hunt. You would dare say I can't hunt. Oh. How about going on a pilgrimage? You're a child. We can't do anything. A shame we still have to play a giant toddler. Are you suggesting the stress way out? Is it time for the stress way out, my friend? What are you doing all your time? My mother's accusation weighs heavy on my mind. I've never been trying to complete every task before me. She never seems to be satisfied. As a 14-year-old, I can be bossy and say I don't care about her. I'll try to do better, gain more stress. I'm already trying my hardest. All right, more stress, more stress, more stress. Friends, we're choosing the stress way out, I've decided. How else can we get stressed easily? Well, I've come to expect mischief from my Uncle Dolivar. His creativity keeps me on my toes. When it's not a prank, a brawl, a disgruntled tutor, or grazed knees from an adventure gone wrong. It's never a dull moment. Alright, so fight it is. Can you have camp revels? I think that's here. I don't see it, but I'm pretty sure it was part of the campfire. Yeah, camp revelry activity is listed there. These are activities. Doesn't show up, so I'm guessing it's adult only. What's a study day worth? Oh, you have blood on your hands, Brage. The voice of my guardian Braga drones on and on as he lectures me for the umpteenth time on the proper way of a lord, interspersed with austere quotes from the scriptures. I want to sneak out and play. Play. Oh no! Of late, my followers are avoiding me at all costs. I hear whispers my bravery is mistaken for bloodlust. But that means I lead with a firm hand. It doesn't mean I'm a monster. Does it? So usually we get very excited to get athletic. I need obedience. Be obedient to me, all of you. Yeah, this is very stressful. This poor kid is just trying to run a show. Everyone's telling him to do everything. It's just not fair. It's just not fair to be a kid. 15. The time to get forced into a marriage? Oh. I've been studying so hard at Marshall. Oh, we don't have a tree yet. Never mind. I remember there was a certain gain 90 stress button in the Marshall tree, but no. We have a bunch of money. I guess we'll build up the size of our men at arm again. Max size, very good. Very good. Oldham take revenge on Phyllis. He could go with stabbing on Phyllis. Not that he's forgiving, so... Huh. That's unfortunate. Is it misspelled? I think it's spelled right. Name matches Phyllis. There she is. Oh no. The man says, "You killed my great uncle. How dare you?" Oh no. Oh no. Wrong one. Friends, it is now 2 p.m. unfortunately. Unfortunately, the voices know the real truth, or I must exercise the devil in naked run. The voices know the real truth. Back to 2-5. You might be aware what I'm doing. I'm trying to kill a child. I would like to play as the nephew, who is far better, but of course also 13 years away from adulthood. It's a rough time regardless. Chance of murdering our buddy here, 35%. Let's actually... Oh, am I allowed to do this? 1 second. No, I can't restart the murder, unfortunately. Anyway, team, it's been a 5.5 hour stream. That's about the standard right here. We're going to go ahead and end the stream with a quick little ad break of 3 minutes. If you'll hang out for that, I appreciate it, both for reasons of money, but more importantly, for reasons of attempting to raid someone. A couple days ago, we had a really good raid of a smaller streamer who was over the moon excited. That's very cool to see. So, if you'll hang out, we'll do some crossword puzzle. We'll have an Ask Me Anything. Any questions you have about anything, I'm happy to answer. I'll do my best, and after 3 minutes, we will do a quick little host. Give me money, yum yum yum. It's true. It's true. It's relatively easy to be here for 3 minutes, and the bucks add up. All right, whack-a-mole players implement. It's a hammer. Like shoulder-bearing dresses. Shoulder-bearing dresses. Low cut? No. Shoulder-bearing, like off the shoulder, no idea. Crafty, possibly sly. Wry might be plausible also. Most offensive, possibly rudest, we'll see. Hanna-Barbera's superhero blank ant. I believe it's Adam Ant, I might be wrong though. Traverses a rice paddy. Rice paddies are little swamps, so probably wades. A speck. Iota maybe. It could also be moat, so who knows. A blase comment when something gets broken. Oh, that old thing? I didn't use it anyway, I have no idea. Fix holes. Maybe mend? We'll see. A blank poker, a game played in bars. Well, I have no idea. I mean, there's like... No, I have no idea. A Sunday Night Baseball co-host nickname. No idea. Blank really matter. Janet Jackson song. No idea. Is it Does It Really Matter? It might be Does It Really Matter. Might be wrong. A swanky seating section. Swanky seating section. The VIP, possibly. Polar partner. Oh boy. Is this going to be a math thing? Possibly a math thing. There's Polaris, or Polaris, the star. What's a word that goes with polar other than bear? Like polar expedition. No idea. Cutting up. Could mean to laugh. Or to make someone laugh, I believe. You might remember the delightful Dave Coulier Uncle Jesse routine. Well, cut it out. That was the 1990s sense of humor. Who knows? A well-established activity. It could be like looking for water, like dowsing or pulling up a bucket. A food processing company in the Fortune 500. I want to say Kraft. ConAgra is a large food company. I'm not sure how large it is, though, so not sure. Like Keebler's mascots, they're Elvin or Elfin. I can remember which one's which. I put Elfin in. With the Mike O'Callahan Pat Tillman Memorial Bridge bypasses. I have no idea even what it is. A substance splashed at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards. What is that called? It's the green stuff that was sold in these plastic bottles for a while in early 2000s, I believe. It's a glack, geek. I think it ends in ack. Boys, I can't remember. It's still wired for sale. Okay. Cannot be immediately accomplished. I have no idea. We'll get back to this tomorrow, probably. Friends, I want to say thank you so much for being here. It was a really fun time. The CK3 playthrough is going about as well as I could hope, except for the part where our children keep dying. We hate that. And so, yeah, tomorrow we'll return to the game. It'll be good. Between now and then, I'm going to do some teaching. I'm going to do some sleeping. Hopefully you do the same. Gonna go ahead and do a quick raid. Let's find someone to spread the quote-unquote love with. Don't want to overstate things. Spread at least the hello friend, I suppose the thing to say. Okay, Twitch CK3. Should I put a raid message in chat? It's been being used by one and all. Here. This is going to be 3 follower hello friends. If you want to copy and paste this, you're welcome to send that in channel. This is, what a terrible face that is. I cannot fully express how much I loathe when this happens. Like, I realize it's no big thing, but look at that ridiculous, is it a smirk? Some of you have suggested that I speak out of the corner of my mouth. I think this gives so much credence to that claim. Anyway, no one here has a webcam. That said, the person in the bottom corner here, the smallest one, says they're a brand new player, first playthrough. So if they respond with a hello, we'll go ahead and raid them immediately. So maximum volume, we say no links association, no backseating. All right, fine. Hello, comma friend, smiley face. Their microphone's very quiet.
I don't know why whenever I release prisoners, I castrate them. I cut their balls off. Because you can do it as a greet.
Oh.
Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Dang Newbie is nice. They're playing DayZ. Don't recall what DayZ is. We're raiding Dang Newbie. They're making a character that'll be fun. Raid Dang Newbie. When you get their offer, hello friend. One of these days, we'll find someone good to raid in the CK3 directory. Today, though, not that day. Anyway, appreciate you a bunch. See you again real soon, folks. Tomorrow, it's good.
Hand drills.